Welcome to Dice Revolution, our 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons stream. We're almost at 75 episodes, which is wild.
Right here in the 75th one, they just have like, they get the members from all the past streams and they have to do it again.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. I don't know what he said, but sure. Like, I understood all of those words, but separately. But yeah, today we're joined by Devin, Olivia, Rain, Jordan, Stuart, Hamish.
You're on time.
Yay!
I believe someone has to give a board/video game recommendation.
Yes, today it is Olivia!
Let's go! Yay, I'm so excited. Immediately.
Board games. Disgusting.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that at the end of today's session. Other than that, let us jump into a recap. Last session, the party dealt with their return from Naya, catching up on business in Zorana. Many things happened. The first and foremost was that lots of visits to Gorister happened. Eventually, Gorister was bailed out early on provision.
Yeah, he's on good behaviour under different supervision.
We could have bailed him out without provision.
We could have
Why?
just
Then he wouldn't learn.
collected him.
Sure he would.
No, he has to undergo his punishment for his crime to learn. It's the system. It works flawlessly.
All he's going to learn is how much the faithful of Palor suck.
Excuse me? I've never forced Palor down his throat.
Sure you haven't.
But yes,
Yeah.
Gorister was freed from prison under supervision, and the ashes of Lapis's parents were returned to her, along with a request filed for her name, which was also fulfilled, and Solomon had received a communication for a meet one-on-one that different members of the party also dipped their thumbs in this pie, and it resulted with a very unfortunate natural 1 versus a natural 20 happening. And that is where we pick up today. As I said, I would think about how I wanted to rule this, so I will have you roll this initiative at disadvantage against him.
Can you remind us what this creature looks
That's
like?
a pretty good roll, though. 24.
At disadvantage?
Oh wait, disadvantage. No.
I was going to say, you have
22.
plus 10.
Pardon?
Yeah,
Pardon?
22.
22.
22.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, this creature
5 seconds.
is roughly a 10-foot tall, warforged individual with different parts of their body, these joints specifically augmented with additional cores of other warforged it has killed. It has kind of these gash marks all over its form that it hasn't really sought to mend, and there's almost a bit of an animalistic, primal nature, and it kind of walks on a bit of a hunch, not really rising to its full height. Whether that's by choice or whether that's by form, you do not know. You have, as you are invisible and making your way out of the warehouse at which the meet had meant to happen, you feel the collar click onto you, but you can tell that its effect hasn't set in yet. You are first in initiative. What would you like to do?
Can I see outside?
Yes.
Do I see Tywin? Or...
No. I don't think you would. Based on Tywin's 31 from last session, I don't think it is physically possible for you to roll higher than that.
Yeah.
And also being a million miles away.
You can take an action.
I
search
did
for
move
him.
closer at the end of last session, so I'm not a million miles away, but still very sneaky.
Yeah, I will pick a random house within 500 meters and dimension door behind it out of sight.
Okay, I need you to roll me a d20.
That's a meter.
feet.
Feet, yes. What is a meter? 19.
You feel as the kind of like core embedded into its left shoulder whirs a little, and as you start channeling the spell, it gets siphoned into it. Your spell having no effect.
Okay.
It's kind of like in this kind of grating voice, it says to you, "I wouldn't try that if I were you." Well, anything else you want to do on your turn before it goes to its turn?
Leg it.
Yeah, book it. Run while
So
you
you
can.
said drinking potions was for yourself was a bonus action,
Yep.
wasn't it? I'm going to drink Sigmund's potion of flight.
Okay.
Ooh!
I checked, it only gives me 10 feet of flying for
Yeah.
10 minutes.
But
But if you
But-
can get outside,
Yeah.
but you
So-
can make them every day. They're so good.
And the thing with combining speeds was that you still use up your walking speed if you're flying. And
Yeah, so no,
Yeah.
you can go
So
a
I-
maximum of
30 feet. You can go a maximum of 30 feet.
And 10 of
it
those
can either
can
be
be-
30 horizontal or 20 horizontal, 10 vertical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you can't do more than 10 of it in the air.
Yeah. So I will first run away 20 feet and then fly up 10. No.
Okay. So, take an opportunity attack against you.
You already used this reaction, didn't you?
Nope.
So, no?
What sort of weapons did this thing look like? I know that I only saw it briefly before going and leaving.
When you saw
mentioned it was
him, he
animalistic.
didn't really have like any like the sledgehammer he was wielding seemed to look like it was just found in the warehouse. But Tywin and Tilly, you see that it like kind of reaches into its form and just pulls out a metal plate, roughly carved into a longsword, and it just pulls it off its form and slashes at you with it. Does a 26 hit?
Silvery bobs.
yeah.
Does
I
a
guess it wasn't
17 hit?
grapple, though. 17
17.
misses.
No, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got an armor class of 20.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I'm so oh my god!
I'm so proud.
Oh my god! Finally!
Oh my god! Finally.
Oh, it's so good.
Um,
Double digits.
So you give yourself advantage? Is that?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really see anyone else.
Yeah.
Okay. That brings us to.
So you see Tickly run out and then just. And then just like you've
What
been
is-
running, and then the gravity just turns off and you start floating slightly.
I was trying to think of what's that piece of media that someone goes and then they just start like walking into the air like stairs? What is that?
Not House Moving Castle.
Can you make me a strength
It
saving
is.
throw?
Oh, it does happen in House Moving Castle, doesn't it?
Okay.
Kinda. Well, that's at the end. She
13.
steps down
13.
at the end of
And at the
that.
very start, that you walk.
I
Do you want to use your advantage?
I think you have to use your
Yeah.
I think you have to use your advantage.
Yeah, it's the next roll, I think.
Next roll. No, 13.
Okay, 13. You watch as a core embedded into its like right knee starts wearing up, and you feel a pool of 60 feet straight down. So you are now grounded. It runs up to you, and it will take.
Does it fit through the door?
Yeah.
Like destructively, or like? Because it's
that out.
much bigger than Solomon, isn't it?
Solomon's like 8 footish, right? And you also smashed that door open.
Yes.
It smashed the door.
You've already left a hole.
You already, you said you sundered the door open.
He wouldn't have fit if you hadn't broken down the door.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Good guy.
But yes, we'll take 2 attacks against you. The first one will be
Tywin would
a
also see
miss.
this.
The second one will be a 28.
What the?
Sorry, what was the first?
The first one was like a 13.
Yeah, 28 hits.
You take 2, 6, 9. Take 15 points of damage.
Okay.
And I need you to make another strength saving throw.
Okay.
Don't worry, you're good at these, right?
Yes, I am amazing at these. 6.
Your speed is reduced by half.
Okay.
Save some strength for the rest of us.
I will also say, I don't know if you do wish to fully combat this. If you do, we'll put up a map or something. But the different cores on its body can be targeted to take out parts of its abilities. Yeah, the creature has augmented itself with additional abilities with other cores, and if you want to take any of them out, you can. But yes, your speed is halved as it takes a swipe at one of the tendons essentially in your leg. That brings us to you. Actually, no, Clown, do you want to roll initiative?
Yeah, I probably should.
You're not just going to sit there and watch.
Guys, this is real sick.
Guys, like,
8 initiative.
Bro,
8, okay,
why
so yeah,
did they
you're
not
up.
get us to
How did you roll that?
Okay. So, I'm terrible at theater of the mind. Describe immediately around Teely what it looks like.
So we'll say Teely is kind of out on this boardwalk now, next to the body of water. And
This is a boardwalk.
yeah, sure, we'll do that. And then Teely
Here
and
is Teely.
yeah. Okay, sure, I'll make a map.
Theater of the mind, guys. Liv's just like, what if it wasn't?
No, theater of the mind in
I have
real.
Oh,
no
no.
fucking
Huh?
visual
Yeah.
memory. I can't do it.
Oh, this is just an iron golem
Oh,
to
no.
represent it.
This is
man?
this is the other dude.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
fucking huge!
And
He's a
he is-
chonker!
He is 11 feet.
I was gonna say he's quite tall. Right?
Yeah, I didn't know he was also 11 feet wide.
Yeah, you described it as hunched down. I imagine it as a big squat, almost frog-looking thing.
Nice.
Actually,
Wow, it's a good thing
This
you
is
can't
a
fly or
house,
move
and Tywin can
before
sit
past
up
strength
here.
saves right
That's a
now.
good idea.
It's just a similar shape to a gelatinous
Right,
cube.
theater of
Just
the
sort of-
mind.
But that might mute it.
I don't know.
Is this
we'll
going
find
to
out.
mute it?
Can you hear us?
Let me see.
No, it's not. If the red light's on, it's not
Yeah.
muted.
Okay.
See?
Do you want to put yourself on this?
No.
And then this is the exit from the warehouse.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Ooh.
And if you just want to move yourself back a little.
I'm like,
Where's the ship?
The ship is
Here-ish.
many hundreds of feet that way.
Where's
Put
the
it on
jungle?
top of that.
Yeah, if you put it on Rain's head.
If I put it, okay.
Where's the guiding light of
Actually, no.
Halo?
If you put it on the camera, it's to scale.
Okay.
But don't do that. Don't actually do that.
I
What
know.
about the
Theater of
guiding
the
light
mind.
of Palor? Where's that?
Hmm?
The guiding light of Palor.
The temple.
Oh wait, it's nighttime. Never mind.
Yes.
The sun's not out.
It's
Where's the sun?
Where is the
Sure.
sun?
Well,
Where is
we
he?
were on a theater of the mind, but now it's somewhat made manifested.
yeah.
So there is also a roller door for goods service. This is the personnel entry that I've just put there.
Okay, good. You have no idea how much this helped me. I am
If this is a roller door, make it a roller door.
going
No, it's just
to
a missing door.
I'm going to use. Well, I'm an unseen target currently, right?
Yes.
So I get advantage on the hit.
Yes, I would say.
Then I'm going to Hunter's Mark bonus action.
I thought you already had
You
it.
already did.
I thought I might have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did.
I forgot if it was him or someone else, but okay, good. Then in that case, I will just give him a shot in the neck.
Are you
I'm
are you
going to-
aiming for the neck? Because
No, I'm going to. So how many cores does he have on him?
he currently has. Let me check this. He has a core in the left shoulder, the right knee, one embedded into the hip, one in the chest, and one like almost bulbously mutating out of its head.
Was one of those ones the one that sucked in the spell, or was that
The left shoulder is the one that absorbed Teely's spell.
Can I? Okay, I want to shoot at the left shoulder then.
Okay, sure. It will have a higher armor class.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not going to sharpshooter it then.
left shoulder, right knee.
Left shoulder, right knee, one embedded in the hip, one coming out of its head, and one in the chest.
That is a.
And then
Left shoulder
If-
absorbs spells.
And then if you also care, akin to other Warforged, it will have its own embedded one on the inside of its chest.
That's a 30 to hit.
32
And then the
hits.
one on the
Yeah,
knee
cool.
said something to you, right?
Yeah, that pulled me to the right.
Like maybe Brad.
10.
If it's an earth, it's basically the effect of Earthbind.
Nobody ended up attacking him ever, right?
Hasn't taken any damage.
Fuck you.
Chest, and then
Do
one
better.
on the inside of the chest.
So 6 cores total, but 5 that are visible.
Yeah.
Rolling that. Oh, great. Still a 1.
This wood smells very nice.
I know. It's like
Uh,
glue and laser cut and burn.
That's just 13 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, instead of use my bonus action, I'm going to now use my bonus action to use my crossbows thing that gives me advantage on a hit.
Okay.
And then I'm going to fire again.
Okay.
Get it, Tony.
Get him, Tywin. Get his ass.
Wait, don't destroy the cores. That's
Mathis
basically
has
like
got the
whole
binoculars
heart
out.
of war.
Beat him up!
That's always where I am.
Garth, look at this. You've got one eye.
I'm gonna
Garth has got the other.
sharpshooter it as well.
Oh yeah. Are you aiming for the same call?
Aiming for the same core.
Okay.
It's gonna be tough.
Curious quirk of Warforged construction is that all cores tend to look like birds.
If only. That actually hit.
21.
Misses. Unfortunately.
Which one were you aiming at?
The left shoulder.
Left shoulder core. Yeah.
Yeah, I think had it told me its name not in this encounter but in a previous vision. I think it's.
I don't think it's. I don't. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's ever given you its name.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
That's my turn. I've used everything I could.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to Teely.
So he's grabbed me now.
No, he hasn't grabbed you yet.
No, so he hasn't grabbed you.
They've just been beating the shit out of
It's
you.
just been beating the shit out of you.
Yeah. Good luck.
Where's the water?
The water will be like, we'll say,
I don't know.
starting
I just wanna get away.
here-ish. And then so it like curves around this way, so there's more water going that way.
Shoot the things that lets
I
you get
know.
away.
If we need the rest of your dice tray, there's more boardwalk.
Yeah, okay, hang on. Okay.
The thing is, I feel like if I call
If
Trey,
we need any
it's gonna
more-
bring attention and get even more people to the situation. Which I'm not sure if
I mean,
Yeah.
everyone on the ship. Oh, actually, we could drive the ship over fairly quick.
We can kill it together.
So take one
I
round
don't know
to get it
if
in the
we're
air,
wanting to kill
and then
it.
it'll take
Solomon
one round to at
didn't
least
want
bring
to
it over.
kill
So
it,
you'd
so
be
I'm
here in
not
2
sure
rounds.
if I would.
You don't
We
know
have an
if Solomon wanted to kill it.
apprehend
Solomon didn't want to
together.
fight it at the
We
moment.
can calm
And
it
they've
down.
sort of said that they think they're corrupt
Someone
gems.
cast.
Hi, do you have the
We'll be
do you have the stats? Not the stats. The stats for the Wandering Star.
Yes, I
Do
do.
you have the chat?
Actually, it might take 3 rounds to get here because how fast does the
Yeah,
ship move?
that's what I'm
Because it'll
wondering.
also take 1 round to get to full speed.
9 miles per hour.
Okay, so
What's that mean? What's the combat speed?
216
I
miles
don't
per
think
day.
it has a combat speed.
Hold on, hold on.
don't know
Full
what-
speed ahead, it gets to move.
I
Roll a
think
D6
it's
and
60
multiply
feet
the
per
result
round.
by
60
five.
feet per round.
Oh, so 14
In
for
combat,
one now.
I think it's 60 feet per
That's
round.
Oof.
Yeah.
There's no. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there it is. Aether power, speed 80 feet.
80 feet, there you go.
There we go.
You'd say it's still slower than a rock.
bad.
What do you want to do?
Nine miles an
I'm not
hour,
saying
was it?
anything yet.
Well, we figured out.
We
what
figured it out.
is.
It's on the sheet. 80 feet per round.
I will. I try to go. I inhibited spells before, but do I attack the core that inhibits spells first, or do I do a spell?
Who knows?
Yeah.
You should take root.
I should take root. I can't do that anymore.
If only.
I'm gonna try to go greater invisible.
Okay, roll me a d20.
Okay. 10.
Okay. You go greater invisible.
Yes. Oh, you have to roll low on those rolls, I think.
Yeah.
That's your action to cast.
Yeah. I will then. What can I do with the bonus action?
Do you have Misty Step?
No.
You can cast it anyway because greater invisibility this time.
Yeah.
That's right.
Left shoulder, right knee, right hip,
Yeah.
In
right
head.
eye.
And then
Chest.
one built in the chest, and then there's also one like the one that
They're
was
their own, yeah.
one with created with. Yep. So you cast greater invisibility. Anything else on it?
How does the shield master stuff work?
You have
There's
to
the
attack
shot.
to get the bonus, unfortunately.
Okay.
It's only when you take the attack
Yeah.
action as well.
In that case, I will just go outside and try to hide.
So you're
Right,
just
moment.
booking it in a direction?
Yeah.
Okay. Just feel free to move yourself. The border will continues that way and continues that way.
You have.
Actually, I want to
More
keep him
boardwalk, hang
in line of sight.
Do the Wallace and Gromit.
You're going
Do
back
the
into
boardwalk as Tilly
Oh,
runs.
that's not it. Oh, I'm already outside.
Yes, this.
Okay. Then,
It continues this way.
This way, straight.
Yeah, straight.
Now, be careful what kind of symbol we create with these. We're getting dangerously close.
Let's just continue going
that's
this way
okay.
then.
What if it had 4 different ways it could go,
No.
but then it
No.
all turned off it?
I saw the direction arrows came from, what I have. Then I will try go this way. So I
We'll
was,
take a
You're
disadvantage
in the
attack against
water.
you.
Can't see.
Can't see him.
Unless it's got blindsight.
yeah.
No, no, the water doesn't start. The water doesn't start immediately off the boardwalk.
Where's the blue texter?
Where's the
Show
Guys,
me-
I'm sorry. I'm
Show
sorry.
me
We're
with
just
this.
not smart enough to remember more
We
than one
just
thing at
can't
once.
theater of the mind. Theater of the mind.
There's someone that can actually reach that one and draw
Yeah.
it. So it's three
Max of the
three
best.
squares off the edge of the in a boardwalk. I'll just bring everything over.
Yay!
Hooray!
DM being bullied into.
This is a real combat. Fuck you.
This is combat and we take things seriously.
Kids-
around
kids
here.
Account for
refusing to
my
eat their dinner.
disability of memory.
Is my
Oh,
movement
disabled
still
units.
hard?
I don't want to eat the vegetables. Give me the map.
We're going to steal Solomon's character thing by murdering the guy without him.
I mean, yeah, that'd be an interesting role-playing development. That's for sure. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, is my movement still halved?
Yes.
We're going to give all the cores to Tilly.
Okay.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a
You
boardwalk,
get back
and then
to
there's
where
like
you
a bit of
said all the-
and then there's a bit of sand here.
Sand.
Do I know what's causing my movement to be halved?
You assume it's probably the core in its right knee.
And it
So,
can
I
do
thought
that without seeing
Happened
me.
after the attacks, or is it? Never mind.
I did say so. When it absorbed the spell, the left core went up. When it
did
attacked, the
Earthbind-
right.
I thought that was the Earthbind, and then it attacked, and then the speed got halved.
No. So I said it was like an Earthbind-like effect. It's affecting all of Tilly's movement.
That's okay.
And it can do that without seeing me.
Yes, it's latched onto you. It doesn't know where you are, but the effect's latched onto you.
Oh, bro, just break its concentration. It can't be that hard.
I don't even know if it's
Oh,
concentration.
monstrosity
Like, the
is a
shoulder
bad-
thing is a free
What about
action.
Oh, he
The
wants
collar.
He's a known for having low con.
Could be
Yeah.
the color. I can't attack right now anyway, I use my action.
You can think about it though as you're running.
It's
Yeah.
more about which way do you want to run. Why don't you run towards the arrows? It's really funny
Yeah,
as
I
a
will-
concept.
Are you running towards the arrows?
Me getting
Yeah,
shot.
I'll
Oh, thank
run
God.
15
Oh,
feet
God.
towards the arrows.
It's time.
Sand.
Everyone knows sand's good.
Uh,
Oh yeah, hey, that's a good point. Splish. Interesting.
will-
Push it into the water. Is that what? Yeah, push it into the water. That is the plan.
How strong was
Obviously, this thing was
Tilly
like
could, like,
drowning
go in
Tilly
the water, right?
when but neither of them need to breathe. What's that quote from whichever superhero supervillain franchise it is? Where like, isn't it interesting how every time we do this, we both have parallel level cities, this incredible, immense ability of magic between us or something like it. But every time we fight, we just end up throwing punches.
I don't know. It sounds Superman-y.
Yeah, it's something like that, and it's just like, yeah, because it's just so damn satisfying and it slings the shit out of you. I don't know what it's from. Hey guys, if you know what I'm talking about,
Comments.
Please leave it
that'd
down
be great
below.
because I often don't.
It sounds like a Deadpool thing because it's meta.
Yeah.
It kind of gazes. The Warforged kind of gazes in the general direction of where Tywin shot from, kind of glazing its eyes over the horizon. Roll me another stealth check.
Sure.
This one will be a disadvantage because you attacked.
Although, I mean, I will. Yeah, I'll tell you. You're allowed to just say they know where I am because I did attack them.
No.
Why did we add it?
That's a 20.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, kind of like scans the horizons, trying to figure out where you shot from. I will turn that back on. but is unable to do so.
Okay. I'm so excited for it to just dimension door into it and be like, whoa!
Look at this spell I learned.
It takes this kind of like jagged piece of metal and kind of like slaps it onto its shoulder, and it kind of like reforms with its form. Looks over the site once more, turns around, walks back into the warehouse.
Comes out with a baseball bat.
Just so you guys are aware, that's where it is.
Oh, that's where he
Because it
was.
moved back into the
I
warehouse.
was like, it's weird. Like he turned and walked, he didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand why he's
so
still
weird.
there.
For now, you are out of initiative.
Trey, I have been caught, but I'm working on getting away. Tywin shot at the thing. It's gone back into the warehouse. I don't know if it has given up. Don't engage, but just be aware of what happens next.
The message doesn't arrive,
Okay.
and you realize 6 to 10 seconds later that you're invisible again, and that the collar is now glowing.
If 6 to 10, do I get another round?
No. So this is like as you start making your way away. In the time that it's walked off, you realize that now the collar is fully glowing, like,
Okay.
and you are visible.
But still
So
moving.
Use
which
your
is good.
legs.
Yeah.
Use your legs.
Where did they move?
He went.
Oh, I was
No. Teely's still moving. It hasn't turned Teely off, which is good.
And you
So
still
it's
fly?
just inhibiting.
Can you still float away?
Can I still fly?
After another 30 seconds, you feel your flight come back online, and your movement speed hindrance also shuts off.
I will start moving and flying towards the arrows. So with
Yeah,
the
Talon's still shooting.
Yeah,
He's long gone, but Talon's
Talon's
still
just
shooting.
shooting at the gateway. So as I'm doing that, I would like to try and wedge Vermilion between my neck and the collar
Okay.
and ask if they can transform into a great sword.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be easier just to ask someone to help you?
No,
I
this is
don't-
fucking badass.
I don't see anyone
Roll
who can
a
help me right now.
Character decapitation
Well,
movements.
Roll a
Why don't you
charisma check.
Why don't you just ask it to turn into like a screwdriver or something?
I don't know if they can
Why
do
did you
that.
tell it to turn into a
Oh, that's
double-bladed
good.
sword?
Oh, wait.
23.
I'm just scared
Um,
for you.
You feel the metal of Vermilion become this amorphous liquid, and it tries to reform out. But as it hits the threshold of the collar, you feel just where the collar creates that ring. Vermilion is unable to form into that space.
I don't think I can roll high enough for this.
Maybe you shouldn't use the magic thing to get rid of the anti-magic thing on the inside where it cancels out magic.
It seems to only cancel out spell magic, not my
And Vermilion, who is made of magic.
yeah, not my potion magic though.
Yeah, you drank that, it doesn't count.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, I assume you regroup with Simon.
Tywin just watches this like warforged just really slowly look towards them. Like it's at like a third of like a run.
No clipping on a really big map. I'm not getting anywhere quickly.
Gotta find Tywin.
God, I
first.
shaved 5 seconds off the split.
I'm just seeing like an escalator without the escalator.
Yeah.
And Tywin's just standing there and you're like, give me a second.
It's the opposite of what happened to Lapis a few seconds sessions ago. It's a very controlled lift instead of just being blown away. Jake's will be.
A sickness potion is for 1 minute or 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
That has not gone according to plan. I got a necklace.
Shit, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, right.
Did you call the ship? Who has the
I
thing
told
right now? Do I have it or
You
do
have it.
I have
Yeah,
it.
you
We've
have it.
spoken
cool.
as
Yeah,
I was
we
also
did.
speaking to
Yeah, that's right.
Steely.
Because Steely was doing the
Yeah.
telepathic.
I
That's
so
what
I was
that's
getting
what
it there, and I was
confused
like, yeah.
Trey, I got. Oh, Anya, sorry. I got Tilly, and we're the thing doesn't seem to be chasing us. Whereabouts is he still in that building? I've got Hunter's Mark still on him.
For now, he's still in the building. Yes.
Okay, he doesn't seem to be following us. We might need to be picked up. Where should we meet you?
Okay. Is Julie okay?
Healthy, yeah. There's a little bit of a problem that's stopping their magic, but other than that,
Solomon's got to know something about this.
I'm sure.
Okay. So would this be like one end of the dock area? Can the ship fly to there?
Yeah.
Just stay near to the end of the boardwalk. I'll get the ship around to you guys shortly.
Okay, gotcha.
Meanwhile, Solomon,
I
you have word of recall to the Temple of Palor.
Yes, I'm desperately trying. He's actually rather calm now that he understands that the cannons themselves aren't there. He's just seeking asylum and support for these two warforged that he's returned, and starts explaining that they'll be staying here, under the protection of the church for the time being until he can come back with his tools and repair them. So at least he can ask them questions, because one was unconscious, the other one couldn't talk. So.
Yes, otherwise it appears they have been either disabled or in part destroyed. Regrettably, there was a third I could not say. Yes.
I don't know. Other than that, there's not much Solomon's actively doing because, of course, the danger's behind them. We're all good, guys. We got out. He'll try and save that one, though I will immediately put in a report to the police, or at least to law enforcement, that there's this creature in the warehouse along the docks.
Okay.
Exercise caution, do not engage, it'll just kill people. But if you can track it, then do.
Otherwise, it appears that you need some rest, and I must return to fetch my things. I will repair your voice box by the morning.
He intones to the silent warforged.
Do you have a name?
Gives him a piece of paper or something.
The warforged, currently mute, writes out the word candle.
Candle, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Solomon 5. Given some time, I will repair you, and we will discuss this when the light rises. Until then, you shall remain safe here. The church is a haven, as always.
On the same piece of paper, Candle writes out, "It's restored my memories of the before."
Before we were awakened.
No. The things we did, the war, whether we believe it or not, we followed a directive, and we did not even think to resist. We just did, mindlessly. If we were capable of awakening, why didn't we try sooner? The proof was always there that we could. We are living proof that we could.
Rest now, Candle. All things take time to reach. These conclusions could not have come easily to one who was so unused to having control of their own mind. I will discuss the philosophy of our awakening and the trauma you may have suffered at this creature's hands with you tomorrow when we can speak, construct to construct. Until then, I must ask, did you learn of a name for this creature, or any other pertinent information that I can pass on to the authorities this evening?
It did not give a name.
A model number, any sort of identifiers?
Other than the acts of violence in the latter half, for the most part it was calm, reasonable, and when it needed to bargain with you is when it became tumultuous and heinous.
Indeed.
It presented as a friend. It said that it wanted to restore our memories.
I have no doubt it is provoked by my existence, given the conversation that you overheard. It is something I wish to discuss with it in time.
Is it true that you want to create more of us?
I will answer these questions tomorrow in full, Candle, but until then, rest assured I seek to preserve our race, to prevent this finite erosion of our people, and to give them a purpose and a history beyond tools of war. These memories you have are a burden. I do not believe they should be shared by any new members of our race.
Candle nods, unwilling to meet your gaze.
Fear not. Safety remains. Now I must return. I have expended, some energy to preserve you here. Until then, I will see you tomorrow.
And I'll pass off back towards the ship, making sure they're still in good care, and I'll just leave a message with the orderlies or any of the clergy that are watching over them to sort of be careful, because it seems that they've been through something traumatic, so maybe keep someone on hand if you hear something go wrong.
Otherwise, I'm out. Thanks, man. Real good of you. Glad nothing else went wrong tonight. So simple. Everything works, and now I know
Simple
exactly where this
mission.
thing is.
Flawless execution.
Yes, I'll go back to the ship. It's not in the berth.
It's not there. The ship's gone.
You can see the ship across the bay.
The ship is a little bit over there.
We have not signed the official documents requesting a change of berth. I must alert the harbour master. Tywin is not the captain I made him out to be if he does not understand the procedure of docking an airship correctly. I will lecture him once we return.
And I'll start heading around to the other berth.
As you watch the ship fly back to its berth.
Tywin, how
Does
long?
seem remarkably close to where I encountered this entity, did it not?
Yeah, as you start making your way around the harbour, the ship has picked up Tywin and Teelian heading back to the berth.
I undertake nothing if not toil. All things produce great work.
Ken turns around.
Tywin,
How long does Hunter's Mark last for you?
8 hours, so you cast it at second level.
The ship returns to its dock.
Tywin, how long can you tell where he is?
For the next 7.5 hours, probably.
I'd like to keep following this guy. I don't know how valid that is coming from me when I just fucked this up.
What time is it roughly now?
It's-
It was like
half-
late when we met him. And I
half past midnight.
was going to say we met him at midnight, wasn't it? Yeah.
There were 3 chained warforged in there. He killed one of them. Solomon saved the other 2. He's probably somewhere with them now. Solomon didn't know I was there with him.
Yeah, I kind of picked that up. Where is Solomon?
Don't know, he teleported out with those 2.
Yeah, you would have just seen like a flash of light, and if you were watching through the windows, they're no
There he
longer
is.
No, as in when they left,
Okay.
when they're gone.
He could have potentially gone somewhere near the church. He was talking to them before he left, so...
This guy is, he's hunting down innocent lives as we speak. I can't just let him go, but with whatever this is, I don't know what I can do now.
Can I investigate the collar to see if there is any, like,
Any
space that you can put, like, tools in to try and unscrew it?
Sure, roll me an investigation check. Or an Arcana, whatever you prefer.
Neither of them, they're the same.
Could I help
so-
because of Tinker's Tools proficiency?
I would say it is difficult to ascertain since it's on you. You can't really see it
Yeah.
at any useful
No,
angles.
I mean just aiding Trey, like...
Sure, you can roll
yeah.
advantage.
What the heck is this number?
It's not even my dice. Speaking of,
13?
did you roll them
I
too?
rolled him.
Yeah.
Good.
13.
Failed on the first. Well, the second.
Just making sure.
There doesn't seem to be sort of any slot or region for a tool to go in. It seems to be two pieces of an alloy kind of fused together at the seams. So when the two pieces came in contact, it kind of joined into one. It's kind of like one of those really smooth interlocking puzzles.
Right.
I don't think we should be making any decisions about this foe that we don't know as much about until Solomon's here, because Solomon's the one who know what to do. If we're really worried about keeping this hunter's mark on him and Solomon doesn't come back soon, then I mean, I could just try to get a quick sighting on him and extend the hunter's mark. I can get it up to 24 hours.
That could be good. We could at least... The least we can do if we can't confront him is let Alathil know. I know they've been finding dead Warforged and wondering why it's been happening too.
Mm-hmm.
We can have that.
About another 15 minutes after that half an hour mark that you described, you feel the hunter's mark getting further from you.
You just take off leaving that building. Can someone hand me a map?
Pull out the atlas.
Gee, that's a huge map. I mean, like a city.
There's city map.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I got it now.
I'll just like basically using my finger, like sort of track. Like I can feel him going this distance, and I'm trying to just track with my finger the direction he might be going.
Shall we just fly the ship over there and spotlight the guy?
Solomon finally gets back to the ship.
God damn it! Captain for 1 week!
Yeah,
It's 1
Literally,
o'clock!
you see the ship across the harbour, starts making way there. You see the ship fly back, starts making way back. You see the ship fly away.
It's your prerogative as captain. Do what you want, man.
Okay, you start tracking.
Yep.
I would say like another half an hour, and so like 7 hours left on the hunter's mark. Solomon returns.
Your friend, he can do a lot of things.
I beg your pardon, Cap. What is going on
I was there with you.
at the docks?
Yes.
How did you discover this?
I was following you, Lapis, and
Pray-
Gorsta.
Anya, did you... What?
Yeah, they were following us. Invisibly,
I was-
so that's why we didn't know that they were there.
It was. I wasn't.
Why?
My purpose was simply to learn more about your relation with Gorsta and how.
Then why did you not ask? Or accompany us in person?
He did say that you should go alone. I think Tilly was hoping to not.
I did not suggest we go alone.
I wasn't opposed to asking you in person. In fact, I was going to later. I was simply, I guess, trying to see what would be said without anyone asking, and then compare it
Do you
to.
believe that your presence would have changed the way that
not my
I
presence
behaved?
particularly. Simply anyone.
Then I fail to understand the meaning of this undertaking. As it stands, you have put yourself in grave risk without my knowledge to support you.
I understand
What has been
that.
done to Tilly?
I'd like to. I thought you'd know more about this.
Solomon comes over and immediately puts their hand just resting on your shoulder and the thumb and finger circling the circle on your neck, and I'll see if I can identify it with
Sure.
a casting of said spell.
I don't have a specific homebrew magic
That's
item
right.
there, but
Just so Solomon's got an idea of what's been done.
it will slowly inhibit more and more of their magic over time, and after a certain while, if it can remotely be triggered to start doing increasing amounts of damage to the wearer.
And it looks like it's tailored to work on Warforged, right? It inhibits their...
Tilly, this construct, if I have not made it clear, has been hunting Warforged. I understand that that including you is a new concept at this stage. It is a recent transformation you have undergone, but it is adept, and this is a tool it has formulated to do exactly that. It will degrade your magic, increasing levels, and I believe that the entity has the ability to inflict grievous harm on you through it.
So that's what he did to those 3 in there.
No, what he did to those 3 in there was blast their cores from the cavity in their chest, destroying them entirely. Yours will be a long, drawn-out death, if this is allowed to remain. It regrettably promotes this creature's importance to the point where I can no longer ignore it until this summit. I believe we must deal with it promptly to have this removed.
The good news is Tywin is tracking him right now. But
Tywin?
I have a lock on him for...
You are also invisible?
No, just very good at hiding.
The entire way to the... You were... I was...
No, I told Tywin about that one. That was on me.
I did not ask you not to. You have committed no sin. As it stands, it would have been... I did request I go alone, but I understand at least you maintained a respectful distance.
I was just watching. I didn't get in any closer than I had to.
Wise of you, Tywin. Indeed. Well, Solomon's so happy to see Tywin taking fewer risks. Captain Larry.
Tilly, you take 6 points of lightning damage.
Titties. I respect you.
Sorry, when you said captain, I looked at Anya, like thinking you started talking to her. I'm not used to that. You calling me captain, but yeah.
May I try and cast a spell magic on
Sure.
the color?
Roll me a d20 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
This doesn't work. I'm shooting you in the neck.
Also, I imagine that like Lapis went to bed afterwards, so
yes.
she's just heard all this like rustling about.
Oh, you went to bed, did you?
Oh,
You went to bed?
I imagine she went to bed.
Oh, you went to bed, did you?
Either that or you're welcome to
What,
go
she
and...
didn't go to bed?
No.
Who was it? Who was it?
Fucking natural 1.
Oh
So
my God.
6.
Did they take more lightning damage?
Yeah.
yeah.
You take another 6 points of lightning damage.
Lapis,
Captain, please.
Lapis wakes up and
Do I have any idea of... Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was just gonna have Lapis
Thank
enter
you.
the room.
Cheese death.
I was just gonna have Lapis enter the room because I decided I want her in the scene now. She goes, oh, I can't sleep. What's going on? Oh, what the fuck happened here?
Jesus.
Yeah,
She
you've been
sees, like, the
slashed up
color,
and everything.
And you're probably
Damn,
like, steaming
fashion
from, like,
icon.
Hey, nice choker.
damn. Nice
Wanna
shit.
see
Right, the
mine?
fit.
Alternative fashion to you. No, she's like, damn.
This is a 2.
What's going on?
There's
This is inconvenient. Do I gauge...
incredibly.
Can I gauge how this might be removed? And if, given my understanding of Warforged construction, I know it. I'm guessing that as a player that it drains Aether or has an effect on theirs. But
If you want to remove it,
what
it
is
will be
vegan
a
about it?
incredibly, not incredibly, but decently high DC investigation check. Alternatively,
Listen,
alternatively, a slightly less difficult Arcana. Or, and you don't. Roll me just a general Arcana check first off.
I have to find those dice.
What if
and
Lapis-
things. This is a good one. I like this dice
What
quite a
Lapis
lot.
investigated?
Ooh, it's a natural 1.
Gone in the rat.
I was just saying it's a good die. Maybe this one's better now, because that one's normally... Like, I picked that because that's my lucky one.
Yeah.
No, never mind, it's a 6.
Better than one.
At least that one's
other than those two,
consistent.
you don't have... Like,
6 times.
if you had rolled well, I would have given you a third option, but you do not know what it is.
Well,
Lapis-
failing that. So you said this is like a big, bulky collar. How
It's
much?
not bulky. but
Okay, it's a collar, relatively large. How much leeway is there on the neck?
but maybe a wiggle room of half a centimeter or so.
Lapis.
Oh, very well. Thankfully, too.
Sorry, Lapis?
There are,
Oh, sorry, no, I interrupted you. You go. Lapis is gonna be like, you mind if I take a look at it real quick?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you should do investigation.
Like 5'9", I think.
Oh, okay, well then she kind of like stepped on a tippy toe and like, alright, let's take a look.
Picks Lapis up to be.
Yeah, she's like 2 inches short and she'd be like, no doubt from the field. Ooh. That's
Swear to God, if this sleepy fucking teenager comes up and is like,
It's a 29.
Um,
Oh, guys,
fumble at
come
us.
on! This puzzle's easy. It's just
lobster clasp necklace.
All right,
you like
good
wrap
night.
your hands around the collar, and as you're feeling along the upper ridge of it, you feel a slight like depression in the middle, and you just kind of like tilt it. And it comes apart.
Lapis.
This is a simple puzzle.
Were you
Have you
was
encountered
great.
these before?
asleep?
It's just shittily made.
It's a two-piece jigsaw puzzle. How hard is it?
Who made this shit?
Solomon is very quiet for a minute. A long minute.
If you
The DC was 27.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
I would have
if you
even been
need to-
able to beat that.
If you want to like investigate it, you probably should,
I-
regardless of how it's made.
Regardless of how terrible it's made.
Do you believe you would be able to remove it again if it was applied, or was? How did you understand how to do that?
I
Lapis?
felt a little thing in it.
Yeah.
Just
I love a sleepy child.
Good night.
What?
Grabs Tilly's
We're
neck,
going back
snaps
to.
it.
Is that
Yeah,
it?
I was about to suggest
Saddle,
that because
let's
of
go
your
to bed.
newfound warforged form, we were just going to find it far easier to remove your head in the meantime and then take it off. But
Is that possible?
all things are possible through God, Tilly, fear not.
Please
I'm
don't
gonna
kill
healing word
Tilly.
by
Would
by
not
the way.
kill them. The warforged is perfectly able to be disassembled. They would be rendered unconscious for a period of
it's-
time. But
But
Prevent
do you
for
know
all the
how
callous
they
and
work? Because they
remove
turned
curses that cause you
into a
damage.
warforged. What if the way that they're made up is still
That's-
built
that's
on the
pretty
same
good.
ways
Very
that
good
like
roll.
a...
yeah, then I will learn it by study. And in that time, I am sure Tilly will come to the realization that they are more malleable than they think.
Who's holding the collar right now?
I've given it to someone.
I'm not holding it.
I
I
have
was
it.
given it.
Unless you want it.
You're holding it. Yeah, I haven't,
holding
I
I
haven't
would have handed it
investigated
to someone being like, this is so
It
I'm
locks onto your
holding
neck.
Wait, I just realized. I just realized.
You take 16 points of lightning damage.
Is it double? Wait, or is that?
Is that double?
Is that still a thing?
Are you vulnerable? You are, right? Yeah, so 32 points of lightning damage.
Oh my god.
Right, let's
Just
put
drops
that
to the
somewhere.
Let's not do that. Jesus, I'm surprised I didn't.
Okay, no one
Oh,
fucking
shit.
touch it.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
Oh
impressed
my God.
that I
what
could
an
even get that
interesting
thing
piece
off.
of technology.
32.
As you drop it to the ground, you see it continue sparking more and more intensely, and you
Oh,
see that Tilly probably would have befell this fate if it stayed on.
I did tell you it was not going to be good, but
It
thanks.
doesn't sound good.
Lapis, I owe you
Increasing
my
amounts of
thanks.
amperage pumped
You've
through it.
already done enough for me, Solomon. You haven't.
I've
needed to
taken
thank me
like
anymore.
massive steps back from the collar. Like, please don't get me.
It nearly bloodied you.
Try your
Solomon,
best.
Solomon.
in your head you hear, in the voice now that you come to recognize. They call us Warforged. Don't worry, soon your war will be over.
I like that. That was good.
I stopped fighting a war for a long time. It is now more of a crusade as it stands. Either way, I believe your actions are in error. I will attempt to rectify them.
Must ask, since it's pretty relevant, when were Warforged made?
That is a historically difficult question to answer, Tilly.
Seems to be of matter here.
Roll a history check.
Yeah,
May I
like,
please roll a history check?
You mean? Roll a history check.
I'm going to use the bad dice. Ooh, it's a 9.
You can also roll a history check if you would like.
Okay.
I got a 10.
Anyone who wants to roll a history check is more than welcome to.
Sure.
Nah, I don't want Tywin to have that knowledge randomly.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know that shit. I hunted
Damn,
cities.
Shardy.
Mainly because Kanos, so I'm just like
I'm not stopping you. Go for it.
I rolled
Knowledge.
an unnatural
12.
20 and I don't know why.
It'd be good if you
That
knew
is
something.
15.
20.
Yeah. I know. I've been awake for 25 years.
You are.
She knows. She's like, so I had a dream about it one time, right? So
This casually
Out
comes
and is
up, take off
omniscient.
the necklace. Oh, by the way, this is everything about Warforged.
guys, so the
I feel
Warforged occurred 7 billion years ago. I had to do it for a school project.
Solomon,
16.
what is your source? I came to me in a dream.
16-year-old makes out with newly released boyfriend for 1 hour, is now powered by a god.
I don't. Oh,
Okay. Well,
actually, sure.
I just need to get some notes up.
Yeah, it'd be good if I knew this as well, because I'm not aware. Solomon really didn't care too much about the before times, because that wasn't Solomon, that was just a robot. But it's always interesting to know.
It's like, yeah, you can't blame a baby.
Okay,
Precisely.
A baby for the crime
Okay,
they committed.
You cannot fault.
Could
Yeah.
blame it.
I need to turn the camera back on, and then I'll give you
Maggie
your law.
Simpson, prime example. Shot Mr. Burns.
Yeah, and she's not in jail.
I would blame the baby.
So what was your roll?
Babies
20.
can't defend themselves, they're easy to blame.
I got
Okay,
a
tell
10.
that to Maggie Simpson.
Yeah,
Defended the
exactly.
shit out of herself.
Well, no, like in a debate.
Oh,
So
I see.
where you're like pointing the
In
finger and
court.
blaming the
They can't
child.
intellectually
I feel like a
defend
gun
themselves.
works in a debate
In
or a
court.
fight, just so you know.
That's true.
About 450 to 500 years ago, the first of a sentient race of construct were created. With a 20, you can vaguely remember, maybe this comes from like a history book or something. I don't know where you would get this knowledge, but with a
School
20,
project.
Very
Easy.
briefly.
Yeah.
you remember hearing about an eccentric inventor by the name of Zagath Morel. Z-A-G-A-T-H is the first name.
Z-A-G-T-A.
Z-A-G-A-T-H.
G-T-H.
G-A-T-H. Last name?
Morel, M-O-R-E-L. Whose husband had conscripted who had been conscripted into war, died, and so he sought to make essentially a
What's the name for this? Yeah, I'm trying to think. An automaton? Or?
yeah, like essentially a construct that could fight, and learn and adapt, and basically make a robotic super soldier. The first of these Warforged, weren't even called Warforged. Zagath Morel named them Reavers.
I'll read the table.
Yeah, I know. Come on, I heard it. I'm like, hey, I know this one.
I go leave the table.
Yeah, and like many iterations of this technology were prototyped and discarded because the units, while they were like they were made of metal, so they were really strong, they were agile, they had lots of physical resolve, but they couldn't replace one of the most crucial assets of a soldier, which was instinct. They worked essentially on programming. So this was pre-sentience essentially. They were fixed soldiers. They had innate programming: do this, do that, don't do this. But they couldn't like make decisions on the fly. They always needed to be given instructions remotely. So that project was eventually scrapped. Eventually, as his grief and insanity overtook him, he eventually started toying with what if we made a super soldier made of metal, but gave it the memories and the imprints of dead human soldiers, essentially. And so yeah, the hope there being imprinting the tactical knowledge and combat expertise of a dead soldier with the matrix of a Reaver. Thus, the first ever Warforged, technically, a sentient robot, was Morel's dead husband. After a period of making this project better and more efficient, the project was greenlit for mass production. A lot of armies hired Morel to essentially revolutionize war. And the truth of what Morel had done was a closely kept corporate secret, what made these Warforged so good. The Reaver name died out because he didn't want that associated with his project, and that's where the name Warforged came into play. And then, eventually, over time, unbeknownst to Morel, they started pushing the boundaries of their pre-programmed sentience. They had the tactical knowledge of the soldiers, but then the memory started seeping back in, and where's the rest of the notes? Yes, and the Reavers and Warforged became less bound to their code and developed more human traits such as compassion or empathy, and sought to no longer fight and kill. As this happened, this resurgence of sentience, nations across both globes now revoked and removed Reavers from active service, deactivating them downright or demolishing them, which incited a smaller but hard-fought war.
Were they still called? So were they called Warforged, or are you saying that a Warforged and a Reaver are different things at this point?
Warforged was the new name for the Reavers. The Reavers were like the early prototype.
And when you say nations were destroying Reavers, they were destroying the early versions, or they were destroying?
Both. They were indiscriminately taking down these robots that they had created for that were now becoming sentient.
Yeah.
And this incited a second war after the fact. But yeah, so as these Reavers and Warforged were wiped out, a few of them, or a decent number of them, basically resumed their cover or their guise as just standard automata that had no sentience. So they were just standard robots. And then, and the final thing you remember from your little detour into history with 20, which is pretty good, is as for Morel himself, he lived out a lot of his years in misery after his husband, who had realized what he had become, essentially
self-eliminated.
Yeah, self-eliminated.
Well, it's a good thing Decca's not watching the stream or anything.
Well,
yeah, that would be crazy.
Decca said, ah ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Olivia's face.
Nice.
So yeah, Muffet's yawning. He's like, oh yeah.
That is gonna be
recounts school project.
Oh, I did this at school. Actually, before I met you guys, I did this school project on forged history. Getting a bit diversifying with my history.
Birth, that's not it. My brain is.
And then I go and I recount everything. It's just someone's like, huh?
You pull out a poster from like years ago that you brought out onto the ship.
Made with macaroni.
If you had such respect and knowledge of Warforged, why were you so hostile to me when you boarded this ship?
I was scared. I hadn't seen a Warforged before.
Turns out they're not made of macaroni in real life.
Indeed.
I mean, learning about Warforged is one thing, but you were very imposing and intimidating when I first met you. You know me. She's like, yeah, I don't know if that helps with anything, but I swear I remember.
I have to write this down because I'm not going to remember.
Did you know about that, Solomon?
I have gathered a small element of it in my travelling, but it appears you have done your research thoroughly.
I think I probably knew a little. No, I didn't know the historical side of it. I just knew a bit of some of it.
But yeah, there you go. Pretty cool, right? Jot that one down for Kanos.
She is.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted an A, but
you tried real hard.
I love it.
You would definitely have gotten an A for that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was going to come so in handy.
See, look, it was a great presentation.
This is why you stay in school, kids. You wait, you'll use the maths tomorrow, calculating arrow trajectories.
I was going to be like, oh, Lapis is very smart. She's got an intelligence of 14.
So there you go. Who asked the question? Who even said it? When were the Warforged? You said.
Yeah.
When were the Warforged? It sounds like about 400 to 500 years ago.
Oh, then I would have actually said it to Teely instead and been like, oh yeah, this is what you want to learn. Alright?
No, that's more than I asked. It's very useful.
A fuck ton more than you asked.
What's the last part with Morel living out in misery? Was he in isolation?
I don't
Not-
think he said
No
isolation.
isolation.
Not
Sorry,
specifically
I've written it a
isolation.
bit more explicit than what
He
said.
basically fucked off to, like, he was rich, so he fucked off to an island he owned, and like he had servants and stuff and people who served under him, but he basically he never really had a companionship outside of that. After his husband, now Warforged, now pile of scrap, offed himself.
Wow.
No,
that's
that's so depressing.
Okay,
I
follow-up question. This might sound odd, but what happens if Morel is this Warforged that's trying to get rid of them all?
It would not matter.
I'm gonna keep.
Dude, I was like, oh, so that's him, right?
As always, we are not our creators, neither are we their tools. If this is
Also, why would he? Do you know why he's particularly interested in you?
To be honest, if this give me a sec. Sorry, I'm just responding to this one first. If this was indeed the original progenitor of all Warforged, do you not think they would have had a more powerful device or insight than this? Yeah, still shocking collar. It picks it up with like a wooden stick or something stupid.
Well, not particularly if they were keeping information away from him, I guess.
He clearly fell from grace.
Trust me, man, if he created them, he wouldn't just have cores all on himself. He would be like God right now. I mean, potential. But I believe it unlikely. This is...
Unless he spent a lot of time like being miserable and insane, this is kind of
sitting with a pile of scrap that was once his husband.
From the interactions I have had with this creature, I do not believe it to hold the sentence of the original creator of our race. That being said, I have not yet had time to talk to it. It may well be, but until then, I believe we should still regard it as a formidable enemy. What was your question?
If he is this Morel, and he's interested in you, who would you be to him?
If we are entertaining the notion that this is the man, Morel, from Aether's account, if we are entertaining the notion that this is the man that created an entire race of constructs, what would I be but a copycat trying to continue a work that brought them nothing but pain? While I understand I have not the emotional intelligence to empathize with their suffering, I understand the threat I would pose to them. This is someone that has had, by your account, Lapis, the last years of a long life destroyed by a creation such as myself. If someone sought to continue the production of a weapon that devastated you, how do you believe you would respond, Tilly?
It is a complicated question, but I also may be the wrong person to ask that.
As it stands, I do not yet believe that this is my creator incarnate. If it is, then there will be valuable information to be learned from them. If it is not, then it still appears to have a decent grasp of Warforged technology, especially given its own modifications, and I believe, in all cases, we must learn from it before we rectify its error.
The way you speak of it, are they not a Warforged themselves?
Well, why, of course. What else would they be? I fail to understand what you mean.
No, it seemed you didn't consider them a Warforged. I guess I was mistaken.
I mean, I'm probably being a bit flippant about it, but like, it's a foe, distinctly.
Yes.
But I understand that it is also very formidable and has a lot of knowledge about Warforged, and as another Warforged, I think I should learn from it, at the very least.
No, I'm very curious about why he's doing what he's doing.
From my understanding, it was described to me by a new acquaintance, Candle, one of the two Warforged that I suppose you saw me rescue this evening. They mentioned that it was only my presence that inflamed it. I believe that it carries not a vendetta against all Warforged, merely a solemn mission. I am the target for most cases of its ire. Still, that is yet to be discovered if Tywin can maintain the tracking of this beast, or even if we can track it over the night. With some time to recover, I believe we will be able to apprehend it tomorrow.
Well, that's the thing. If, like, I've got it for, another 6.5 hours probably at this point. But the thing is, I mean, it's late. We're going to be exhausted if we don't sleep. If we wanted, we could just get me within eyesight of him, and I can bump that up to a fresh 24.
It is certainly a possibility.
I can do it from quite the distance as well. I just need eyesight.
Then by all means, Captain, fire the searchlight, start the engines, let us pursue it overnight.
I don't think we need to fire the searchlights. That will draw attention.
Why would we not draw attention to this creature? I have already alerted the law enforcement agencies that it is in this location. I have explicitly told them not to engage for fear of their own destruction, but...
Well, that's all well and good. I just, like, you want to track a target, you want them to not know that you're on their tail.
Why? Does it not invoke fear in the beast to be chased?
Sometimes, but more intelligent beasts just find a way to lose the trail. And we know that this, whoever they are, has ways of getting rid of magic. They absorbed one of Teely's spells at some point and also made that device that...
Indeed.
I think the only reason they haven't dropped my hunter's mark right now is they didn't know I put it on them.
Indeed, I believe it has the ability to travel between planes. Maybe we should be subtle in our approach.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult.
As you wish, Captain. I will support you as I can, though, given my daring escape this evening, I am somewhat depleted.
Look, I think it shouldn't be... Like, no one else needs to do this. I can do it on my own. I think you guys just need to stay on the ship and make sure it's nearby, just in case.
Someone should at least follow you at a distance to ensure safety.
Well, we did that once today, and it kind of fucked up.
It happened the other way around. You followed me for safety. I won't be that close to them.
Okay, well, as long as it's... I mean, then that's fine. Goodness gracious. Why do I hear boss music?
The ship lurches to the side.
You don't have any more of those invisibilities in your pack left, do you?
I can do that. I can also make sure we can talk to all of us through the mind.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, do a Rary's telepathic bond on all of us, and then when we're ready to leave, I'll make us both.
Do you have the... Do you have bond?
Up to 8.
Oh, do you want to put Rosalind on that as well?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have the better version of invisibility?
That only lasts a minute.
That's okay. I think we should probably do that when we get close.
Alright.
Because I'm gonna need to cast a spell, and I don't want to just pop into existence. It kind of defeats the purpose of being invisible.
Yeah, that's been a trouble of mine. I've found myself going invisible out of invisibility, and then... Long story.
I will accompany you, Tywin. If you
How?
seek to... Why, trivially, you will carry me with you.
I'm gonna be jumping across fucking rooftops, dude.
I do not mean physically in Taiwan.
Oh, okay. You're just like spiritually with me?
No, it prods you into I find the
Thoughts and
portable
prayers.
hole.
Ow!
The portable hole.
Oh, yeah?
That we've had the whole time.
Right.
That you've demonstrated being able to move Solomon across a room with.
Should you make the same foolish error as Teely, by all means deploy this, and I will come to your aid, for this creature is not one that you must fight without me by your side.
Okay, sure.
All goes well, they won't know we're there, and we shouldn't be that close.
Yeah, no, look, I think this literally might be a 5-minute job.
You can get in the hole as well now.
Yes,
Yeah,
So you have advantage on tracking him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Generally, yeah. It depends on how you run the spell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Hunter's Mark, like how I've always ruled it, is it gives you a vague direction to the creature.
Yeah.
So you can triangulate, and that's what the advantage comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like
it's not
locate
locate
person
person.
object,
Yeah.
which is just like they're there. They're right there. This square on the map. Yeah.
Good luck then, man.
Okay.
I'll be in the hole.
Alright, yeah, get in.
I'll go with you, so, not in the hole, so I know when to turn you invisible. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, alright. So, yeah, we're going to go.
You guys haven't rested yet, have you?
No. That's why we're trying to do this now, so we can rest.
yeah.
So,
I'll take a short rest in the hole. I suppose.
I don't think you get time for a short rest, given how this goes.
Never mind.
essentially, the plan is we go, you know, cut a short distance closer, enough that we're like still a decent amount away from him, but then we can go on foot. From there, myself and Tearly are going to rappel down, with Solomon in the hole.
Okay.
I am going to attempt to go through the streets to follow in this direction and try to track this person down.
So
Or
what
this-
we'll do is we'll like make it basically a chase.
Mhm.
And yeah, okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's get the show on the road.
Okay,
Well, first off, Captain, would you be so kind as to roll me a airship check, which will be
what is that?
let me
It
find
is
out.
a wisdom.
I think it's a wisdom check.
Oh
Will
no!
leverage be needed for this
If
thing?
you want me to still drive the ship, I'm happy
Well,
to
right now
drive
you
the
do
ship.
have to drive the ship.
So
Because
if you want me to make
Normally
that
I will
check
do it,
instead.
but right now I need to be off the ship, so you can drive it.
Wait, will Lapis be needed for this?
No, you can go back to bed.
She goes back
Yeah,
to
get
bed.
it.
The ship's just like moving slowly.
You've done enough today.
I'll go back to bed. It's just fine.
15.
Okay. And then the crew. Lovely. Okay, the ship thruns to life. The magical enchantments in the engines levitating it off the ground. And I assume the two of you start making your way.
Yep.
Okay, well, we'll start out with a survival check from you at advantage.
Man, I don't know why I built this character this fucking way.
Like low whiz or something.
Yeah. It's like I built it that way for roleplay purposes, but then for tracking it's garbage. 17.
Okay. Cool. Okay, so if you would like to provide any support, feel free to do this. We're looking for 4 successes before 2 failures.
Okay.
On
Was that a success or was that a?
If Tearly's helping you at all, that might modify it. So I'm not telling you if it was a successful
oh,
failure.
for this check?
Yes.
Yeah, I would definitely help.
How are you helping? Because how you describe helping will affect the modifiers as well.
I mean, we're not close.
Bardic Inspiration's a good start.
Yeah, I'll say for this this bit, you can just retroactively Bardic Inspire.
Okay, I could.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Do you want to add on a Bardic Inspiration?
What's the D?
That
for that?
is a
10.
D10.
It's plus 7.
Huge.
So what was that?
24.
Okay. Even with a 24, that one is unfortunately a failure because it rolled a natural 20 to evade detection. Okay. So, to describe this first leg of the journey, you get your hunter's mark gives you a pretty strong read in the southeasterly direction, but it seems that it is leading you to a section of the city that even during the night is fairly full of hustle and bustle, and it's really hard to get a read on one proverbial needle in a haystack of thousands of people making their way through this section of the town. So we'll say the first 15 minutes of your journey, this is the first failure. What would you guys like to do next? If you guys would like to provide any support, just tell me how you would like to support. You're in a hole, so you cannot.
You can ask me to come out, but I won't have anything to help you.
Yeah.
If you're like, oh, would you like a blessing from the Lord? Here, let
You're
me
asleep,
gain
so-
your stuff.
Yeah.
go to bed.
Oh, jeepers.
Your most perceptive member is asleep.
I have
And if you
utility.
really need me, we can.
I can track people. This is my thing. I am going
You
to.
need me.
Defense in one. That's right.
I essentially want to make it so, and I'm doing this early in the skill challenge to assist for later. I essentially want to do one where I am trying to make it so that if we do end up getting close to this person, they don't catch wise of it. So, so basically, even without our invisibility and such, I am going to be modifying my own clothing and Teal'c's, and like sort of helping Teal'c with their weight distribution to not make as much noise as we move through, especially since Teal'c's probably getting used to their new form being more metally and clanky. So yeah, essentially I'm trying to make it so that we are quieter as we get closer to this this person.
Can I have the two of you roll stealth checks, please?
Cool. That is a 24 for me.
That's a 30 for me.
You guys make yourselves scarce in this crowd. For this next bit of for this next leg of the chase, can I get you to roll me a survival check with advantage? Do you do anything to help?
Is there any,
I will say, doing the same thing over and over will have diminishing returns.
was there any response from the law enforcement that was sent out, or not?
The law enforcement is a much more rigid structure, so they will eventually start searching, but it's not as fast as you guys doing it now.
Yeah.
So I want to find any of the city guard around. Basically, like, you guardsmen, I'm with the Wandering Stars. I'm sure you might have heard of the warrant issued by Solomon. Have you heard of loud clanking sounds, possibly by something like me, except literally a pile of scrap going southeast the city?
Okay. We haven't heard of anything of the sort recently, but this has been quite a busy time. If we come across anything like that, we'll be sure to send a word out. So unfortunately, they have not. Okay, in which case, just roll your survival check, my G.
16.
16. Okay. And then I'll also roll a perception. Just see if I can spot it. What was your stealth check? Because that was the 30.
24.
There is a moment where you guys are kind of like making your way through this kind of like nightlife section where there's like clubs and whatnot, and there's like these bright neon lights, and you see the metal reflection of this carapace, and so you have it directly. That's one success, one failure.
Okay, alright.
One success, one failure at this moment. As you start booking it in the direction. Now, I have a question for you. Are you going to continue trying to? I wouldn't say this is enough to get your spell out. Again, that will happen on 4 successes. But do you want to continue like booking it after them, or do you want to still lose yourself in the crowd a little?
I'm still trying to lose myself in the crowd a little.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
Okay.
Can my telepathic bond also include Mori?
Sure. This is fucking sick! Maury has not stopped talking the entire time on the telepathic bond.
You're very welcome.
It's like you hate Taiwan.
Most to do.
Okay. So if you're keeping to the crowd again, can I get you guys to re-roll your stealth checks?
18.
Also 18.
Okay.
Wait, no, that's a 15, sorry.
Okay, 15. That's
A lot of you guys like shit, and then roll like 20.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys see that as this metal figure is making their way through the crowd, the paranoid head kind of like turns towards and notices Teal'c, and you see kind of like them pull over their head and duck into the ground, making this next leg slightly more difficult. So we start atop. What would you like to do?
I would like to now start, because we're kind of on their trail at this point, start actually looking for clues in the environment that will help lead us in the right direction, on top of my directional sense.
Yeah. And are you doing anything to help?
Maury, we're following a big shiny thing.
Righto! I'm on it! Let's go! I'm on shiny watch!
I assume it's like a breadcrumb trail made of dead warforged.
Yeah.
Roll your survival check.
Can I do investigation because I'm like looking
You may.
for clues? At this point?
I was going to say either way, whatever check you make this time is at disadvantage because it's trying to make itself look like other people with like clothing that matches. So this one's at disadvantage.
All right.
Speaking of Solomon, it doesn't look like anything other people.
Yeah,
But
but
I
it
am
matches
in-
vaguely the size of larger
You are
Goliath.
in your favourite too.
I am investigating in a city.
I will say that applies for more general checks. This is in this chase sense.
It's
Chase
not
sense.
hunched over, crawling around anyone.
All right.
It's not like full height still, so it's still got a bit of a hunch to it.
That is an 18.
Okay, 18. Okay, that is another success. Aided by the fact that Maury is basically harassing people from the sky, plucking at their hoods. You're able to catch on. Okay, so it's 2 successes, 1 failure.
When you say aided by the fact, what did Maury do? How
Maury
did Maury
basically-
help at all?
Maury gave you a
Basically
plus
looking
5.
up from the sky.
Oh,
and then-
okay, right.
Maury
'Cause I
gave
was
you a
like, I'm
plus-
still fucking rolling with disadvantage. Maury's not doing shit.
Maury gave you a passive plus 5.
Okay.
And also remember, like, stacking, So, lovely. Phase 4. What would you guys like to do? Are you sticking to the crowd, or are you making a full chase now?
How close are we?
Like, you keep catching glimpses in the distance, and then you keep losing
I
track
guess
as
it's
it
your decision.
bending
You're
corners.
casting the spell.
Just make me regular invisible. Make both of us regular invisible, and then we'll chase.
Okay. Yep, I will make us both invisible with a regular invisibility.
Yeah, and since we're both telepathically thing, we won't get lost too much. So I'm just going to start scaling the rooftops and now
Yeah.
chasing from the roofs. I wasn't before because I didn't want Tilly to get lost, but
Lovely. Okay, in which case, can I get you to... What sort of check? Do you want to just continue making the survival checks based on Hunter's Mark? Do you want to
well, now
investigate?
since I'm invisibly chasing them, I guess possibly if I could do like athletics to, because it's now kind of more of a chase and I'm going by rooftops.
Sure. I'll let you make an athletics. Go for it.
Okay.
And are you aiding at all before you roll? Are you making any sort of attempt to aid or modify Tywin's attempt?
Give invisibility.
Yeah, I did.
That does help.
What about hold person? I'll
yeah.
try one though.
I'm sorry, stop moving.
Stop and think. God, I wish I'd done that earlier on. Solomon's thing. Stop and think.
Start. Get some help.
Oh my god, this... I
Keep
mean,
thinking
we are
rising
outright chasing him, right?
I am.
Dimension door and
That's,
catch
yeah,
up.
that's
to
why
the
I
bitch.
wanted to go invisible
I'm
so
not-
that we could just chase.
Can I also try and get a glimpse of the dude?
You've both gotten glimpses here and there, but the Warforged individual keeps using natural cover. People.
Can you illuminate him?
Yeah, if you got to stop something like fairy fire, that'd be fucking dope right now. If you got like sand, not sand, like glitter. If you could hit him with glitter,
With glitter.
just regular glitter.
How's your arm?
Yeah, cast catapult on a sack of glitter.
That'd be great one.
I'm gonna, if I can get sight of him even once, I'm gonna cast command with the command of grovel.
Okay. Okay. What's the spell DC?
16.
Okay. You got a 23.
Also, the thing is, if we ever get sight of him enough to cast command, we'll
Yeah,
be
yeah,
Hunter's
that's what I'm
Mark.
thinking.
If we ever got sight of him enough to cast command,
Yeah.
then
true.
we'd have
Oh, yeah. That's
succeeded.
also command would bring you out of invisibility. So yeah.
And
Yeah,
well, we'd
I'm
have
still
succeeded the mission
concentrating
if he
on-
was within that range anyway.
I care less about me and more about him staying
Because
invisible.
again, we're not trying to get to him;
Yeah.
we're trying to get within 120 feet of him.
Okay. At which point, starting this chase, once you've done your battery stuff, I will have you roll your check for athletics. This will just be flat with your athletics bonus, and then he will have a sparkle off.
Like this. Sparkle? Oh.
Alright, athletics check.
We're chasing the don't forget to do so.
22.
Okay. So that's a third success, one failure.
Okay.
It's down to the last roll.
As you have the advantage of having unimpeded rooftops, you still have some hindrances where you have to make the jumps, but you, being very used to this environment, have the upper hand over this warforged just to wade through a crowd of people. So you are making it closer. So it all comes down to this last roll. What do you do? Pitch it to me.
Alright. I think what I want to do is I know what I want to do. I'm trying to think of how it works in lore-wise. I want to fire my arrows. Fire an arrow in a way because I'm Tywin Shawshot and I never miss. That ricochets off of like piping or something, so that it essentially just goes like ding ding. So it goes flying past in a certain direction. Essentially, what I'm trying to do is have him misunderstand which direction I was coming from, because it looks like the arrow comes from a different direction.
Sure.
So I'm trying to trick him so that he instead starts running a bit closer to us, and then we can cover this.
Pincer. Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be so kind as to roll me either?
I was gonna do a very similar thing, so do you want me to do it at the same time?
Yeah, we'll both have you roll, and we'll have you. But I'm just trying to figure out pitch me what you were.
I was thinking it was a deception check. That's what
I was gonna say. I was thinking either a deception, sleight of hand, or an attack roll. But I think I like the other latter two more. Either an attack roll.
I can do an attack roll.
And then what were you gonna do? And we'll decide based on that.
I was going to cast minor illusion to make it sound like we've flanked him, so he.
Okay.
I want him to try and change directions.
Okay, sure. You roll me a deception check.
Okay.
Because that is more deceiving.
Yeah.
And you roll me a attack roll with the -5 from sharpshooter because you're trying to be very precise.
Okay.
And I will have him roll a...
Insight?
Yeah, I think this will be an insight check.
Can I just, as I'm about to do this plan, can I just open up the hole and stick my head in and go, can you say a prayer for me?
Blessed be Tywin, for Solomon Peril watches over all those who pray.
And Solomon just grasps him, and he's like he
reaches out of the bag.
Yeah, no, he's already got silver coated on his hands, and he just casts bless on you.
Thank you.
Just smears of it down the sides of you.
Backing up.
No, go away. I'm
Push
writing.
the hands back in place.
I'm writing new introductory
Fanfics.
sentences.
I'm writing new fanfic.
Yeah, pretty much.
$22.
Okay.
My deception was an 18.
Okay. So we're in this weird circumstance where you've succeeded but you failed. So it's kind of like he's unsure. So what we'll do is we'll do one more roll. I'll just have, since this was Jordan's plan, I'll have Jordan roll the final d20. Don't add anything, just roll a d20 for me.
Am I allowed to know what I'm aiming for here?
No.
Okay.
Just roll. Just tell me what you get.
A 4.
Well, I rolled for him just to see the luck. He rolled a 10, so you needed a 50-50 to beat him.
Does bless help?
No, that's just not affect this. Unfortunately, you watch as the first thing you hear is like the kind of the ding 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 of like the train bars coming down, and you see as a train is like whizzing past, and you see he doesn't stop. He just jumps, grabs onto the train. 2 failures before 4 successes.
Shit.
It was a very good try though.
Just go onto the train.
Let's get on the train.
The ship sees the train, right?
You don't know he's on the train.
Please?
Well, we're telepathically.
Telepathically.
Oh,
giving them
yeah,
updates.
okay.
Tywin, do you want me to take us to the train?
Train.
Jesus Christ. Fuck it. Yeah, go.
Train chase!
Let's go!
Is everyone,
Now we need cowboy hats.
so is everyone connected?
Yeah,
Yeah.
all are.
Oh, you were asleep.
Lapis is sleeping
Yeah,
on
you
Discord chat. When is she still getting pinged? She's like,
I guess
Bro,
the train-
No. So what? So for flavor, right? Like you're having this wonderful dream, and then every time someone says something in the group chat, that affects what your dream is. And so, like you're having this lovely dream, and then out of nowhere you just hear "Dude," as a train is blasting your dream.
You're like,
This is
whoa.
like that one movie, you know, with the dreams in the train.
yeah, Lapis is like, oh.
What did roll?
16.
So,
Where's the cheese?
Dude.
I'll find Tywin on whatever rooftop he's on and dimension door to the train, I guess.
Okay.
That has to be 120 feet, right?
I require you to roll. This is a very. What's me? Roll a spellcasting ability check to land the train, as it is, while you can see it, a very fast-moving target.
Yeah, don't want to get stuck on a wall.
Oh yeah, I was looking at this before. Bards get
Jack of all trades on. Yes, they do.
Yeah,
Wow.
so 17.
Okay. You hear the train whiz by, and Teely grabs Tywin's hand, and you guys both disappear, appearing at the very back carriage of the train.
This was close.
Oh, God.
But at that very same time, you feel your hunter's mark end.
You got rid of it?
We got rid of it.
So someone got on the train and he was just like, psych, and just moved it.
God.
So we're now following the train with the airship as well?
If the airship could skid, that is what I have done to like keep eyes
I
on
leave
the
all
train.
airship
to get a
decisions to
spot.
Anya.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. I just remembered something, right? So the bird is in the Discord chat, right?
The bird has been speaking the entire
The
time.
bird is speaking
Am
non-stop.
I sleeping through this? Or would you be like,
What do
she's
you
awake?
think? Would Lapis
What would
sleep
you? What
through
would
it?
you want to do?
Do you want to roll for it? You can roll for it.
If you roll above a 10, you wake up.
Yep.
There you go. You wake up.
Actually, wait, what the fuck?
Do you look up?
I look up. Wait, hold on. I thought you were like, do you wake up?
Do you look up?
Do we have time for me to look up at the moment?
Yeah.
I don't know. You can
Yeah.
look up if you
Yeah.
want. It's
Okay.
very quick.
Alright, if we have time to look up, I'll look up.
That's what you see.
Oh, that's so cute.
And in
My-
case anyone else wanted to
Aw.
know, that's what Lapis sees on the
I
system.
see.
That's it.
Lapis takes a moment to be like, oh my god, but I think there's more important matters. So
But
she's,
Maury can just shut up.
she's getting up.
You
Look, I was following
you
the shiny
then
man.
definitely feel the ship just hard
Lurch.
turn.
I think I'd wake up to that first before I wake up to like the bird screaming 15 things at once. Like, what is happening? What is
Maury, are you keeping up to date with the train?
Yeah. Look, the shiny man got on a bigger shiny tube, and now I'm following that too. Can I have the tube?
Potentially, if you keep eyes on the shiny man.
On it, not captain.
He's so confused.
What the fuck is happening?
Okay, you search through the carriages. I'll search from the roof.
Okay.
I'll try to find a rat.
Yes!
Try to find if there's a dingy rat on this dingy train.
Okay. Sure. Just roll a very low DC. Just roll a perception check.
Hey man, can you move?
19 or 20.
Yeah,
To make it
it's
straight.
the train now.
This is the
Do you want to
train.
move it slightly this way so it's not on the cable either?
This,
20.
I rolled a 20.
this is the train.
Okay, and we'll say each square is 10 foot now.
But somewhere there.
I rolled
What
a
was
20.
it? 20? Okay. Yeah. You find like a little rat who just kind of skitters up to you and bows.
I go. Hang on. Okay, I'm going to just say to the. Well, I'm going to take out some cheese. I'm going to say to the rat, speak with animals. Look, you're going to need to be looking for this person. If you find them, you get this huge block of cheese.
Most gracious, good sir.
You only have a couple minutes. Okay, ready?
Of
Go.
course.
And as he's scampering away, I will touch him. I'm doing this while I'm like holding on to the roof. I will touch him and use beast sense on him, so I will be able to see through what he's doing. And then I'll just like without sight, essentially pull myself up onto the roof, and I'm just like now just lying on the roof, holding on to it. Ready to pounce as if I ever see the rat.
So beast sense makes you unaware of your own surroundings, right?
Yes,
okay.
Which is why I made sure to like pull myself up and just hold myself there. Okay. So I'm just basically lying on the roof, but I want the rat to be able to go through different like locations that other people won't very quickly.
Teely and rat, can you roll me a perception check?
Cool. What would you say the rat's perception is?
I'll say +2.
Okay. 18.
14.
Okay. You start making your way to through cars of the train and just start looking everywhere. And for the most part, as you continue making your way through the ship, you're unable to find anyone that looks... Can I also get you to roll me an investigation check? Matches your description.
16.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, as you make your way through the train cars, you're unable to find anyone that looks like that. And then, what was yours?
18.
Okay. As the rat is scampering through the cars as well, underneath seats, ducking and weaving through legs, with an 18, you come colliding with one of the patrons of the train, like you crash into the foot, but the rat form passes through the foot and then impacts metal.
Oi.
Squeeze. Okay, cool. So,
you watch this individual disguised, obviously, like now you can tell that is like illusion magic, and it just kicks the rat away.
You need to give him that cheese.
Right.
That is hate.
Wait,
I'll try.
Can you
I can't believe you did
through
that to a
beast
rat.
sense?
I can, but I have to make sure. So
Somebody's
here's
going
the
from
question:
apprehension to one.
am I within 90 feet of that location? It's a train, so it's got to be limited somewhat.
Have you seen along like a?
I don't think within 90 feet, no.
Are you
In
letting
hindsight, you
us
should have
know
had the rat hold your teleport arrow in its mouth.
So, in that case, I'm going to do... Can I run across the top of the train blind?
Oh dear lord, that is no.
Okay.
I'm running across the top of the train.
Okay.
Using just purely my memory of how long the train cars are to try to get within 90 feet while keeping.
Can you
distance.
roll me a dexterity check?
Also,
An incredibly hard dexterity.
where's old mate?
You don't know yet.
So what are you?
Oh yes, with beast sense, he clambered on here. So yes. And each of these squares is 10 foot.
Do you let us know of the disguise yet?
Yes, I'm letting everyone know about everything that's happening.
Okay.
What does he look like?
Oh yeah, he just.
He kind of looks like this rough and tumble, like half giant fellow.
Is it possible? So where's the ship?
The ship is like in the air, like far in the air, following the train.
Yeah, can't we like pull up alongside now that we know where he's on the train?
Listen, let's keep.
Well, it
need
depends on
to
what
get
the
a spotlight.
surroundings is, right?
Spotlight tomorrow.
So listen,
Solomon's like
imagine-
spot.
just
Can I get you
like-
to roll me an incredibly high DC dexterity check? Acrobatics.
as somebody who has
At disadvantage because you're blind.
as someone who can just very well.
Why are you making the
Should
DC
I-
high and disadvantage?
Because you're fucking running across a moving train blinded.
No,
That's what the disadvantage.
That's what either the disadvantage or the high DC is
inside
for.
or outside the train?
Tilly
He's
watches you
outside
run.
the train.
I thought it was like on the ceiling, like a spot.
Going like, now that'd be sick.
No, I did not realize he was. Outside on the train.
Yeah,
so-
like
an episode of
limbs
Cops.
backwards so you can actually see beneath him.
Yeah.
Staying on the train is where the high DC comes from. Being blind is where the disadvantage comes from.
Good luck.
I was just wondering.
Think of it this way: if you
'cause
fall
I
off,
feel
at
like
least
we
you got a
need
climbing
someone
speed.
who's, like,
Back up the side.
investigating.
And a teleport
Would
arrow.
I need?
Yeah, I
Which
been
they
trying
can't
to
see.
Well,
I don't.
True.
Oh,
Yeah, if you see anything happen to Tywin as he's falling,
16.
potentially, but
You ask
What's
Tilly to
his
just
advantage?
teleport you
That's
again
sick.
straight forwards.
Tilly's
Yeah.
gonna hit search.
Yeah. 'cause
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't
Split
know.
up.
I wasn't sure if I knew.
Yeah.
Tilly,
currently sick.
you hear in the train. Dum, dum, now entering Lightmouth Tunnel.
Oh dear
Oh my
lord!
God.
Oh.
Tywin, I hope you heard that. Did you?
I can't hear anything.
We're entering a fucking tunnel. Watch out!
Wait,
All I hear is
Why
screaming.
can't we see this on the airship? Why would we not be the first ones to know?
Also, inside the train, I'd like to do a bunch of things. I'm just running forward, basically going, massive metal man like me, but wearing clothes to cover it up. You might not see the metal, but he's very loud. Have you noticed?
Have you not like shared that he's in the front carriage?
Yeah,
I've said everything.
Then you know that he's in the front carriage.
Oh, okay.
Lapis is gonna push the
Then
door.
I'm just.
and you know the
Push to
former-
talk. Hey guys,
Uh,
can you please be
then-
quiet?
Can you make me a strength
Guys,
saving
I'm trying to
throw?
sleep.
Guys,
Yes, I
you're
can.
waking me up. You keep
No.
waking me up.
It's like a
Lapis is worn
train
off
chase
now.
in my sleep. I'm trying to catch up on.
17.
He hits the tunnel and just bores a hole through the top and he succeeds.
How much was it?
17.
You can't even hear, so you won't even hear it coming.
I told you there was a tunnel.
Not
I can
fast
also.
enough.
I also did hear the announcement because my rat's inside
Oh, true, yes.
the train. So the rat heard the announcement.
Rat's terrified but doesn't understand why.
Rat got kicked. Then Rat heard announcement. Rat.
This feels like it matters for the cheese thing that they were talking
Yeah.
about, but I don't know why.
Why is this? I'm
Well,
gonna.
you take half damage.
Uh huh.
41 points of damage.
41 points of damage. Got it.
Man's got squished.
And with a 16, you just the train leaves you.
Can you see that?
I dropped concentration.
would
I no
see
longer
it.
see
I
through
think
the rat.
I would like to my chance.
Yeah, we'll go back to the train.
I could if I wanted to, but that's the thing. Is like that was like a final escape plan.
It was a lot, yeah.
I've been saving it in case we need to get out of here instead of me doing the Tearly and teleporting
The
into
Tearly
danger.
special.
Yeah.
So you know what?
Like, I think this
I
is
can
very
teleport us
scenic.
out.
On the train,
I know you
standing
can,
up,
but you won't have
running,
it. You're not gonna have
blinded.
it. Something's gonna happen.
Oh, he hits a wall like
I
a
have one
cartoon
more
character, I
teleport
imagine.
again.
Yeah, I
Saving
know.
it.
I just know never to trust you with being the escape plan of any situation.
Especially if
What
Lapis
should
is
I do?
involved.
Yeah.
Guys, don't worry, I'm getting out. Where's Lapis?
Hello. Oh, well, Lapis also.
Yeah, that's the same.
I'm working
Lapis
out.
doesn't consent to being teleported.
Fuck it. I have just enough. Spells to do this. I'm going to summon an eagle and have it try to just bring me closer to the train.
Okay, what's the flight speed of the eagle?
It's 60, and so it's going to dash as fast as it can.
Yeah.
How fast is the train going?
Less than the eagle dashing.
Yeah, so I basically just want to do one final, like, I basically have almost no more spells, except, like, first level ones after this. Yeah, to use the eagle to just get me to the back of the train, so it can just drop me off onto, like, you know, how at the back of the train they have that little, like, balcony type thing.
Yeah.
Just want to jump onto there.
What are you doing in the meantime as you start making your way
Still
towards...
going forward, but I would like to cast Detect Thoughts, not to find the guy because I know where he is now, but to know if I detect his mind when I get close enough. I want to try and hide and not be noticed, and just keep an eye on him until Tywin gets here.
Okay. Well, roll an investigation check at advantage.
Okay. 15.
Okay. And what's the intent with detect thoughts again?
Just to reading surface level thoughts of the people around me until I notice like this person's mind.
Okay. And what's the range?
30 feet, as I'm continuously going forward.
Okay, well, keep moving Tilly forward a little. And can you also move the big boy forward as well?
And I also
We
know
don't
what
know where
his
he is because we lost the rat.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
And I also
that's
know
his
what
last
his
name.
disguise looks like, but he could have changed that.
imagine a half giant changing form on a crowded train. Everyone's like, huh?
And does detect thoughts permeate walls?
It does, but there is
Restrictions on it.
Blocked
Yeah.
by certain amounts of stuff.
Yeah. 2 inches of metal, a thin sheet of lead, 2 feet of rock.
How much wood?
Don't say.
Okay, well, I'll think of it. Okay. You make your way to the end of the third carriage, and you make your way into the fourth. You do not see anyone that matches the description of that Tywin gave you.
And detect thoughts doesn't find anything.
With a 15. No.
And do I see everyone in this carriage?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm at the front carriage. I don't see anyone.
I'm making my way there, and I'm
Where
just
are
like
you?
now. I'm just like he kind of gone too far. He doesn't even know that we're fucking here, theoretically. And I'm now dashing my way through the train as far as I can. Now that I saw him in rat form up close, I will use my last second level spell to locate object, and I am just going to locate just like one of the distinct objects he was wearing or holding, which I, as Jordan, can't remember.
Would the core count as an object?
Sure.
Yeah, so I can do the core?
Okay.
Okay, then I'm going to use locate object on the core.
Okay. What's the range?
1,000 feet.
Okay. You notice locate object gives you a direct ping on the undercarriage of the train.
Yeah. Dude, he's under the train like.
In my head, I see him like one of the early Transformers movies, and he's just one of those.
Skitters around.
Yeah, he's one of those like shard-covered hulking Decepticons that's
Yeah.
just clinging to the bottom of a train. Oh god.
Okay.
I was just gonna quickly ping the voice.
Is he underneath
Do you
the
guys
first
need
carriage?
Or anything? Like,
Yeah, that's.
do you need an extra pair of eyes on
You know,
anything?
if only we didn't have to worry about all these silly innocent
I
lives.
don't know.
Just derail the train.
I don't know if you'll be able to see him from where you are, Lapis. But thank you. So is he under the first carriage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then
He's under us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
are we out of the tunnel yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Just stop the train.
I'm going to I'm continuing to run. The eagle is flying alongside the side of the train with me, right? So like I'm hoping that he is doing all this as measures to just in case, but he doesn't actually know where we are or what we're doing.
Well, he didn't notice Teely chasing you a while ago.
Oh, right. On the train.
No, but
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like in my mind, he thinks like I grabbed onto a train. No way these motherfuckers could possibly be chasing me still, because I got on a fucking train. And since then, he hasn't seen us. He's only kicked a rat. So that happened ages ago, Olivia. You can't be upset about it now. So yeah, I'm running alongside. Eagle's on the side. Here's my attempt.
do you want to jump onto the eagle?
I want to jump onto the eagle so that I can just catch a glimpse of him.
Okay.
As soon as I catch a glimpse of him, I'm hunter's marking him, and then teleport arrowing as far as I can away.
Okay.
Aim at the ship.
Yeah, like if I can reach the ship with my arrow, which as long as it's within several hundred feet,
600.
400 feet of me, then I can do that.
Can I, to help, fairy fire a cube under the train?
The fairy fire won't permeate through the bottom of the train.
You just lean out.
I don't
the door.
need to see the spot, it just needs to be within range, so can I verify the spot just under the train?
I mean,
Because it
I
just
assume,
says...
This is such a complicated chase.
Yeah.
I assume he didn't punch a hole
Over
through
the
the floor.
hole.
There's like a door that Keely can like lean out of.
You're just sitting in there hearing all these crazy
I'm praying.
updates.
Solomon's praying real
Because
hard.
it's just a 20 foot...
Okay, yeah, sure. You can cast Verify that.
Yeah.
Dex save?
Yeah, that's it.
Model T3
19.
NK7.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
successful.
7.
No,
Oh.
I had a whole nother one thought up here.
T3 and 4.
No, it's going to be T34 NKR or something. And you guys are like,
Okay, so the fairy fire does not catch him. Okay. So to the eagle, flying alongside the train, you run alongside the the eagle in sync. You jump out in front of the eagle using the.
Yes!
To scale.
Yeah.
A jump out.
You jump out. I need you to roll me a acrobatics check. Yeah, just an acrobatics check, please.
Natural 20, 24.
Nice.
Oh my god!
With a burst of grace and movement unlike any other before. As you leap out, the eagle, in sync with your motion, kind of matches your velocity to make the landing as smooth as possible, dipping down beneath the surface. In the flurry of everything, I need you to roll me a perception check. Even I know this can be an advantage because locate object tells you where it is.
Okay, thank you. That is a 9.
Okay. In the rush of everything, a moving train, a moving eagle, you are unable to see like the metal of the train and whatever this warhorse creature is. It's hard to distinguish what you're casting Hunter's Mark on at this moment.
I'm not going to teleport away just yet. I'm still on the eagle. I'll give it a few seconds in case Teely does anything.
Can I do...
So why didn't Fairy Fire work again?
He
He
dodged
just
it.
succeeded the save.
It's got a saving throw on it.
I'll try it again.
just imagine this thing contorting along its length.
Out of the window.
So I think
Look
D&D
under
would be much more fun
just-
if they just took those saving throws. All the
Word?
spells just work.
Stop.
Please don't. Everything's power word kill. We've seen how it goes.
Anything you're doing, Kelly?
Okay, I'm just gonna just say to Tywin, like, do you see him? He has, like, these 4 crystal things on his left shoulder, right knee, and all that, and try to help him give distinctive traits of what it looks like, and that's gonna be a bardic inspiration.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Would you like to re-roll your perception check for me?
Yes.
Now with
And I'm going to also just take out Kennedy for this, and I'm just going to like sort of fire an arrow sort of like diagonally along the verticality of the train with the flames from Kennedy, so that the arrow sets light and it just like creates a light that goes across the train, so I can like, hopefully see it a bit better.
You can just see that in slow motion, like the arrow burnt. Like there's this dark undercarriage of metal. The arrow goes under it, and you just see like the firelight reflect on this hideous face as it.
Oh, that's so cool.
Just because that bardic inspiration was a bonus action, can I try the fairy fire thing again?
Sure. Even higher.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I can't see him, so I can't.
Okay, so perception check flat with bardic inspiration.
Fair.
So
25.
Okay. Well, it all comes down to this final roll. Are you casting Hunter's Mark?
If I see him,
Yes, you do see him. attached to the undercarriage.
I'm casting Hunter's Mark at 3rd level.
So his absorption matrix is going to try capture the spell.
Yep, fair.
If it is, where's my notes?
I'm saying telepathically, regardless of what happens, get the fuck out of here. As soon as
It's
it's done.
just-
This is the final
Okay,
thing.
if
I don't
I'm-
care if we don't catch
If
him.
I'm told to leave, can I try and get a peek at him?
Get a peek at him.
Yes.
From where?
Since I'm just about to leave, I'm literally going to jump off the train and try and look at him.
Okay.
Doesn't matter what happens, I'm going to teleport out before I hit the ground.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Yeah.
The arrow is whizzed past, so it's a disadvantage.
Oh, that was
Okay.
13.
The dim light of the carriage.
Unfortunately not. The movement of the train, the movement of you leaping, you preparing the teleport, you do not catch a glimpse of him.
It's okay.
And you just dimension door away?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's got a +6 on the roll.
Mm-hmm.
And he needs to hit a 13. So he needs to roll for your Hunter's Mark to go.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to roll less than a 7.
Okay.
Got you now, man.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, I'll just whisper to myself, "Gotcha," and then fire up into the air, and my like
The eagle
my,
just
my
bursts.
the eagle just scatters into like 1,000 rats, and they just all like across the floor, but they're not real rats, so it doesn't matter.
Hey, you still owe that rat on the carriage cheese.
I can't get to them.
If you fuck up your reputation with rats,
The rat-
what have
No,
you
yeah,
got?
rat
I'll,
jumps
I'll, I'll
out
pass
the
it through the
window
network of
with-
rats.
Yeah, like they can pass on cheese.
Yeah, they're trustworthy.
And that's when we'll cut to a break.
Yay! We'll be back very
Oh,
soon. See you
God.
then. Bye.
Welcome back to our the aftermath of a lovely chase scene after both of you have been teleported away and picked up by the Wandering Star.
One final thing. The
No, fuck you!
the train at the very back carriage of the train, there's just like a and like one of my arrows is embedded in the back of the train, and it's piercing through a block of cheese that's now just sitting in the back of the train.
Roll a perception check.
11.
Okay. Even with your speak with animals up, you just hear the rat squeaking at you, having found its piece of cheese. It's just going, most gracious good sir, thank you.
I can't if I speak with animals up because it's concentration, but true. Good anyway.
Well, you get picked up by the Wandering Star.
Did you get it?
I think so.
Okay.
Wasn't as subtle as I would have liked, but we weren't really in any danger except for the ones that I put myself in. But
He was under the train. He was trying to hide from us. I don't think he was in the mood for putting us in danger. Maybe he thought we were going to converge on him and fight. I might have felt he was in danger.
and let's remember, I don't have an exact perfect location on him. I just got a good sense of whereabouts he is, but that should be enough for us to rest up, gather what we need to gather, and I mean, Solomon, this one's your call. What do you want to do about him?
Its attack on Tyri has forced our hand, I believe. Though it has been non-violent to the populace of this city, it is still a threat to our people. Give me some time to question the Warforged I rescued from it, and to confer with the local authorities. But I believe we may have our hands full apprehending it tomorrow.
I have no motivation for personal revenge, so you don't need to account for that, but I think all of us consider this a danger to a lot of people who don't need extra danger.
It is not strictly a danger to many, unless you are Warforged, or, I suppose, unless you are me.
Do you not feel the need to protect those like you, even if you have not been?
And yes,
for
that's
long?
why I like to stop this person. I was simply saying it's not because they attacked me personnel.
It's not a personal thing, it's more about the fact that it's bad. I'm trying to stop them, not because... While I do wish to save the Warforged I can, my mission to restore my race has been sidelined often by more pressing matters.
I'm also quite curious about its motivation, especially its interest on Solomon. Solomon's trying to, as he said, recreate the race of Warforged. I've been aiding where I can, and he is dead set on stopping that.
I will engage it when we meet it again.
I'm gonna be blunt. We're saying all of this, but the fact of the matter is that you're in danger, and if you're in danger, this entire crew is in danger. I want to get rid of that danger as soon as possible.
Would you have me disembark the ship?
Because we need you.
It would be fitting, but given the time frame and current circumstances, not ideal. We will discuss it tomorrow.
Okay. Everyone get some rest.
I'm going back to bed. I'm just gonna hit the different time.
Much longer is Mori in your head's full.
Get rid of it. Drop it.
Million years more.
Get rid of it.
It was an hour from when we started, so probably not much left. I've been tailing him for a long
You guys make so much shiny stuff. Like, you've got a shiny train, you've got a shiny man, you've got lots of shiny men. Can I have a shiny man?
Keely actually just recast it on you and Maury when you all got back on the ship.
No, it needs to be.
No one else is in
Yeah,
the
but,
chat anymore.
but you wouldn't know. You wouldn't be like,
Yeah.
hey, can I just have a word with you quickly? Just accept this. And you do it, and it's just you and Maury.
We could actually
Shiny
talk.
coins, shiny coins, shiny
We
weapons.
could talk to you about Aunt Sullivan about getting you some armor.
I could trivially make. I'm not there, never mind.
Hey, you're
Could
wearing
you make
each
me a
other's
shiny
mind
suit that I
I'm
could
not-
control? Could you make me one of those that I could give me some levers?
If you want a Warforged body, everyone gets a Warforged body. Fine.
anyway. That's
Give me some levers to pull, and then I could like 1, 2, like really fuck him up.
1, 2.
a raven operating like a Wraith Knight-sized mech.
Hit him with your old
Left,
one,
right,
too.
good night. That old business.
Yeah.
What
Go to
else do you
sleep.
have?
I'm going to sleep.
Sleep.
Okay, well, in which case, if there's nothing else to be done, long rest.
Yeah, I need a long rest.
Yes, I think a few of you need a long rest.
Yeah.
I'm not terrible, but you guys really do.
Well, you do what a recall say.
Yes, but I mean, it is first time.
You wake up the following morning.
Solomon gets up at dawn.
Good morning.
You wake up to the lovely visage of what you remember your home's bedroom skies look like.
Like I said, I'm gonna wake up like this now. As soon as she wakes up, I'll say, I have to think. I'm here for that. So I'm gonna pencil it down that like right when everyone wakes up. Lapis is gonna tell I'm gonna think.
As you wake up, you see that Maury and Gorist are in a conversation. Maury is very excitedly claiming that they're not the newest on the ship anymore.
Good morning, guys. Oh, you're talking to the crow.
I suppose you could say it's
Yes, this
Law of the pecking order.
crow is hassling me.
What's he asking me about?
He's trying to order me around, saying that the bird is no longer one of the newest on the ship anymore. That's right.
But you are the lowest ranking.
Well, I mean, technically, Maury is a dignified friend of Tilly's, are they not?
I'm sorry, who's the captain here?
They are a convict under my.
Yeah, so it's a surprise they've risen the ranks this quickly.
Tywin, you cannot promote them. They are technically still serving out their sentence.
I'm promoting him to right above Maury.
What rank does that mean the bird holds? I fail to understand how
I don't
you
know.
got
What's
this.
the
I have a
lowest rank on
rank?
a ship?
That's so cool. What's my rank? What's my rank? What's my rank?
What's
What's
the
my rank?
lowest
What's my
rank
rank?
on a ship?
It is an enlisted private sailor. I am not aware.
Sure, one below that.
He's the captain of all the crows on the ship, which there is one.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Self-appointed captain. Let's go.
Seems
Maury, I
very
order you to
important.
go find something shiny. Yes, sir.
So you have like an amount of time until he's like no longer like bound to you or something, right?
He's just kind of more prone to listen to me, but
Right. How's that working for you? How long has that got to go?
about 2 weeks now.
Jesus.
Victor's wanted to make more plants in Naya. I thought that would be, if it's his first thing he wants to do, it's...
Maybe you should send Maury to go check out Naya just in case, you know. He needs some. Maybe the trees need help or something. You know, he can fly there.
Don't know how well crows fly
I
intercontinental.
think he'll make it. He'll be fine.
You can try it sometime. Have you ever tried to fly across continents?
Don't birds do that like all the time for like,
Sometimes.
migration?
Yeah, I don't think crows do though.
You could start a world record. You'd be the first crow in the
Yeah.
world to fly to
Crow
Nile like that.
marathon.
You'd be put in like the record book sort of.
You could find so many shinies on your way there and back that you could be the richest.
Water isn't shiny.
Yes, but shiny stuff is in the water all the time.
Could start a gang.
A gang? I've got a gang right here. Some call it a family.
This is your gang. You.
I'm like. Sorry, I said speaking out loud. My bad. I was gonna say I like this design. So that's nothing to do with what we're doing right now.
What's the plan for the day, fellas?
I've got to go to the church. Anyone else want to come? There's prayer.
I'm not coming to the church, but make sure you're back here and we're making a decision within the next 4 hours.
Understood. I will gather intelligence from
Oh, on that note, your hunter's mark pings you as over 8 hours away.
It's over 8 hours away.
Like
like
travel distance.
like that
Yeah,
travel time.
We've got an airship, fear not.
8 hours away.
On airship?
Walking or airship speed?
Well,
Would that be like outside the city?
oh yeah, that's long past the city.
I pull out the map again.
The camera.
Oh, up there?
Yeah.
Man, if only we just derailed that train.
If only you'd just pulled the emergency brakes.
I thought
But
of
for
saying
what?
that, but I wasn't there.
Yeah.
What would that have done?
We
Stop the train.
didn't
Yeah,
want
I
to
know,
fight
but
him
then
there.
he can just get away. Like, the fact that the train was moving was good for us because he doesn't really have an easy way to get off.
Alright, get him off.
I mean, you knew exactly where he was. It's like, he's under the train. Where's he going to go?
Well,
Out from under the train, perhaps.
Great. Anyway,
Yeah, so 8 hours is far past the reaches of Eris, heading to the nearest neighboring town. The nearest major town, at least.
And 8 hours by airship or not?
Yeah, roughly 8 hours by airship.
Might be time to go there.
Yes, because you chasing for 8 hours, the train moving, so you'll always be matching pace. Unless you
You have an hour and a half.
Sure.
Sullivan.
Faith is not to be rushed, Tywin, but
This one is.
I understand.
But no faith at all. We're leaving.
As you wish, Captain. I'm going to go to the church with Tinker's tools in hand and everything else stored there.
Okay. You make your way to the church, where the two Warforged are now both conscious.
They have been going to the sanctuary. So, remind me, Candor has their vocal cords effectively severed. What of the other one? Are they...
The other one wasn't injured, just unconscious.
Let's say hello.
What was that I said I was going to ask? I was going to give it counsel about what it was to be Warforged.
The second Warforged is a much shorter, stouter Warforged of looks to have almost like a gardener's type look to it.
Like you. Plants and shit. Or like this one. Dwarf.
What?
The dwarf Warforged.
It's like I no longer want to help you with this project.
Hello.
Well met, comrade. What is your name?
They call me friend.
Fred?
Friend.
Friend, indeed. Very, very good to finally meet you alive and awake. How are you recovering?
Troubled by the visions I have at night.
Keep role-playing.
Indeed, so am I. There are many things that rest heavy upon my processing core. Sights I would wish had not befallen me.
Why did you claim this?
But I am merely stronger for enduring them. For steel, untempered, is impure.
You seem distracted.
I apologize. I had visions terrible that have been plaguing me these last days.
How's that for you?
I am told you have been reawakened or connected with forgotten memories of before you were yourselves.
Yes. I don't want them. Neither of us want this.
Did you not ask? I was told by Candle, your acquaintance, who is, I believe, the same room, right? Candle informed me that they were offered this choice to recall what they had forgotten, and they accepted it.
We did not know what we would be shown. We thought it would be a pleasant reminder, not a horrific reenactment.
Indeed. Do you feel guilt for the actions you took that were out of your control?
I do.
When you spoke to me, gestures to Candle, you said you felt as though you were at fault for not being awakened earlier, for having the means but not being able to take action to avoid these horrid events.
Candle and I are of one mind that if we have awoken at all, we were always capable of doing so, and the fact that we did not sooner is a crime that should be punished.
Crime and a sin are different things. One must be handled by a body of law, that which rules. You are no longer ruled by one master, but by yourselves. I task you with acknowledging that under another's rule you may have sinned, and the solution for that is not punishment, but atonement. These memories, this origin will burden you, I have no doubt, but you must come to terms with this fact of your creation. We Warforged were not built for peace, but we can seek it by our own will. Do you believe that, even knowing these atrocities you may have been forced to commit, you could still do good in this world now? Have you not been doing good until you remembered this time?
No amount of good.
It is not about making up. In the eyes of the gods, we are not that which we have done before us, but that which we are yet to do. Get that out of my way. You have...
Our actions are but flecks of dust on a cosmic scale. And what we have done has tipped that which we can recover. We cannot go back from what we have done.
I ask you not to return to what you were, but to become something brighter. Polish yourselves, improve. This is not the end. It need not be the end. I urge you, take some time here in contemplation. The temple is a place of illumination, inside and out. These memories you are now burdened with came upon you suddenly, through means I believe malicious. You may yet find purpose in this world, regardless of what you once were or were forced to be. For the truth is, these actions, while you may have committed them, they are not your own. A Warforged is born when it awakens. I must ask, the individual that did this to you, do you have any information that you recall about them that may be used to track them so that others do not befall the same fate as you?
I'm sorry. I have nothing.
How were you approached? Did it give a name? What was its designation? A model number? An identifier? Any device?
It's just. It approached us after a long day of toil. It did not provide a name nor any form of identification, just said that we were kin and as it was here to help, to remind us.
Indeed. What of the other that was with you? I am in transit to return to the place that I rescued you from to retrieve its form. I doubt there will be much that remains, but did you glean anything from them?
Much like Candle, they were silenced after trying to fight back, and they put up a good fight, but they were felled.
Indeed. I will not trouble you further, for I have pressing business this day. I ask you seek solace here if you need it. I understand the trial you endure is not an easy one. But know that those that emerge from the flames do so renewed. I bless you both.
And is there anything else that they want from me?
Thanks, guys, for listening to all that. It was really long and rather boring, but
I liked it.
thanks. Anyway, Solomon, if that's all there for, we'll see if I can, on the way back to the airship,
At the captain's behest, go to the warehouse that was raided. And I assume there's probably a police presence there.
There is a minor police presence, but there is no body to be found. As the Warforged collected the remains
I figured.
gently packed them away.
Can I search the area, things like the cannons that they used, any of the chains?
Anything that was there as part of his setup has been cleared away.
I figured.
In the meantime, can I get everyone except Tywin to please leave the room?
Oh dear lord.
This is for you. You might need it.
Tywin, but Tywin
Jesus,
with
that's heavy.
gaming have
That's
this.
good, isn't it?
So heavy.
Tywin Gaming. Good.
That's yours now. Good luck.
God.
If you saw my big ass head, I'm very sorry.
While you make preparations to chase after the Warforged, you receive a not intrusive, but like a request to communicate. Do you accept?
Yes.
Your vision goes dim for a moment, and when it comes to, you find yourself in an incredibly dark space with a figure in a chair faced away with just a hint of light, and like a little table in front of this figure.
Where is this place?
Approach. Tywin, Lexton, Shawshot. Whatever you go by, approach.
And just take a couple steps forward.
As you make your way forward, some of the features come into view. Features you recognize with hints of features you don't. A drow individual, but very, very odd. At an initial glance, potentially 800, 900, nearing maybe a millennium of forced life hooked into this very elaborate life support system of sorts. There are burn marks that go down one side of their face. The head very gently cranes around to look at you. The arm painfully raises up, shaking, pointing in front, and a chair appears. Please sit.
I assume we're in some sort of like spiritual space, so I don't have any like items on me, right?
You have all your gear.
Okay. Alright. Well then I sort of just instinctually have my hand on my crossbow as I take a step forward and I sit down across from him. What is this?
You request for help. I need you to end it. End me. I need... This individual sputters out blood.
I don't recognize this individual, right?
Gives you very reminiscent looks of Erlen Eklak.
I was just trying to remember his name. Erlen, right?
Hmm?
Erlen? Yeah.
Erlen, yeah, the mother of the Eklak family.
I always forget their names. You want... you want me to kill you?
Yes.
Fucking great, out goes in line.
No, you don't understand. He kind of like gestures to the side. These static images, illusions of the dwarf, the tiefling, and the human man appear. I wanted justice. They corrupted it into hate. They separated me from my children and raised them on that hate too.
Okay, so it got away from you. Aren't you fucking in charge?
I am a dying, weak man. Tyler. I haven't been in charge for so long.
Can I try to insight check him?
Absolutely.
16.
Do you want? I can't give you hard proof, but that night in the arena, I wasn't even there. I wasn't present. I've been locked up on this god-forsaken moon.
I just want it to be fucking over. Just all done, and it's because of the people that are around you that this is fucking happening. And now you're coming begging to me?
You want it to be over. I do too. They twisted my need for justice into hate. They raised my daughter on it. They raised my grandchildren on it. They corrupted and perverted all that was good in this world and made it into something so worse.
You want me to kill you? Then great. Then you're gonna have to help me out. Not just me, I'm not the smart one. I will come and kill you. Personally, if I have to. But you need to tell us what you know. Not now, and not me. but you communicated with me right now, so you have ways of communicating.
I do not know when I will be able to do this again.
Why?
He kind of like raises his hand to behind him, and you hear these kind of like sirens like blaring in the distance, and you hear the words, "Patient has escaped confinement. Patient has escaped confinement."
Okay, I see what's going on here. Fine. You don't have much time, I get it. Tell me what you can, right now. Give me information that I can fucking work with.
There will be an attack on the meeting, but that will be a ploy. That will be a distraction. It is not their intended target. They will use the last remaining power in me to charge up their god killer, to sever the threads of magic that tie us all together.
During the meeting. Who are they sending to the meeting? How many?
The details of the attack of the meeting escape me, but they have enough of a force to serve as a believable attack. It has to be believable. I am delaying what I can on the side of the mech.
They're ready to destroy the weaves of fucking magic.
They aren't ready. But they will be. I will continually delay them. What you need to do is to make sure that meeting happens on any day but the one it is planned to. If they cannot... They call me an oracle for a reason. I have minor, but not in the way that they think. I have minor prophetic powers, and I know that the leaders of Zorana plan to make an attack on the Nexus. Assist them. Make it so that their plans get hindered even further. Believe me, this is a massive undertaking, and lots of things need to line up exactly right. If the meeting shifts by a day or two, if the Nexus is destroyed, it will delay plans massively.
Okay, so we need to do this attack on the Nexus, and I need to shift the meeting. And if that happens, we have more time.
It will buy you more time, yes.
How much?
Maybe a month.
Each or total?
Total.
Shit. What about this god killer? How do we... Is there a weakness? Do you know a weakness?
Well, it requires an immense amount of power, and any sort of overload or disruption will cause it to shut down as a defense mechanism, and if it's shut down, it will take ages to re-enable.
Shit.
The key is the sorceress.
The sorceress?
The tiefling.
So she's
taken
known as the
over.
sorceress.
That's where her powers lie. She's good at enchanting things. She's good at... Raylax, the dwarf,
Mm-hmm.
he handles the logistics of the operation. He makes sure that the money gets to the right location, the people, the personnel. Mikhail, he trains. He oversees the projects themselves. Is more of a foreman.
But the sorceress is the key. If we take her down, things start to fall apart.
They lose a large sum of their arcane means. I'm sure there will be someone that fills the vacuum, but no one as brilliant as her.
And that's good, because I was planning to fucking kill her anyway. Look, I hate to admit it, but without this meeting, maybe we wouldn't have stood a chance.
I don't want this. I never wanted this.
I think I believe you.
I know it won't lessen your hate.
I just see so many of the people who have caused me pain in your eyes. But I will grant your promise.
I have one last request.
What is it?
Kind of gestures, and on the desk in front of you, in kind of like a very non-threatening way, just like a file appears. It is a file essentially on a very young, probably younger than Sasha's age, drow kid. The oracle just kind of looks at you and says, "This is my great-grandson. I don't want you to have to shoulder this burden if you don't want to, but just make sure he gets somewhere safe. Find him. Make sure he gets somewhere safe."
I'm just like looking at the file and I just like I just get something in my throat and I slam it shut and I go,
What's his name?
Let me just get my notes up. His name is Darim, D-A-R-I-M.
Darim.
Darim.
Okay. And this kid, he wasn't fucking raised by these three. He's not gonna do the same thing all your other fucking kids did.
No. He was Cedric's kid. But Cedric didn't want to raise him.
God, he's too young for this shit anyway. Fine.
Keep him out of this. Just.
Okay, but not for you and not for them. For the kid.
That's fine by me. I know this. I know one thing for sure. Hate was my greatest sin. Don't let it become anyone else's.
Well, luckily I'm not doing this for hate anymore. I'm doing it for love.
and just stand up and grab the file.
Next time I see you again, you have a boat right here.
Turn around and just walk away from the chair.
Okay, so the file doesn't come with you, but the knowledge of what you saw is with you. If you'd like to let everyone back in. Anyway, get your campaign 2 characters out of it.
Okay.
I had time to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, everyone, get your campaign 2 characters out.
I'll take a hug. I always take a hug.
Tywin died. Yeah, this is now session 0, guys. You're welcome.
This is session 1 of campaign 2 now.
Bro, I love it. I don't have my book. Shit. You can't just spring that on me.
Did you end up having to roll the D100?
No, I didn't.
You have a separate book for campaign 2 already.
Keep it, it's alright. Or just leave it with Stuart.
Stuart.
He's the person who actually uses
Stuart,
it.
I have multiple books ready for campaign 2. Don't worry.
You re-emerge.
Cool. And me and the boys re-emerging.
I'm waiting for Solomon to get back anyway.
Yeah, meanwhile on the ship while Solomon's gone, I want to get started on the modified bolt stuff I suggested.
Ooh, yeah.
So, and there's 2 ideas. The first one was pretty simple, just like a glass bowl filled with alchemist fire attached to the tip of the bowl, and some editing to make it balanced. Would involve testing with Tywin and maybe Lapis to see if it flies well.
Okay.
All that. The second one is a bit more complicated.
Uh-huh.
You
want to build a tactical nuke?
Yeah.
You have to get 25 kills for that.
Oh, I can give you something that kind of works similarly.
Okay, yeah,
you can base
You
it
already
off
have
of
one.
this.
Yeah.
And then
We just
and
need
then
to
I'm
cast-
going to continue holding on to this one.
Yeah, that's gonna blow up the planet at some point. Okay. Yeah, the second one, it's basically a grappling hook bolt. But it's gonna have 4 arms that I wanted to be activated by inertia, and it's gonna be attached to like a reel separately that can pull itself in. And basically you shoot it with a crossbow, and when you want it to attach to something, you pull on the wire, which makes the arm spread out and gets attached to a railing or whatever, and then you can pull yourself in with a reel. That I imagine would take a lot longer to do.
Well, the Alchemist Fire one, just roll me a d20 plus your dexterity plus your... Are you proficient in Tinker's tools?
Yes.
Okay, then d20 plus proficiency with plus dexterity.
Proficiency is plus 4, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Ja.
Plus 8, 19.
Yeah, you're able to concoct up a rough bolt that should disperse in Alchemist Fire over a certain area.
Nice.
I'll make a note to make more of those for us. And yeah, the other one, I know I probably can't do that now, but do you know what that would entail doing?
Yeah, I'll think on it.
Yeah, okay.
I do want to quickly ask Solomon something at some point.
Where is he?
I'm
There is
effectively here, it doesn't really matter.
If Solomon is around, I wanted to let Solomon. Can I come in?
Enter, the door just opens for you.
I have a question just about all your like Warforged kind of like stuff. You know,
It's too cool.
because I was thinking on like certain things that I remembered and I brought up and all that. So, you know how Warforged essentially were designed to have the sentience of like a dead soldier who like once lived and existed and is now would be like a Warforged.
That was not what they were explicitly designed to do, but if that is how you recount it, then yes.
Am I right? Because I need to make sure that I'm being correct.
Yes.
Solomon, I've been thinking about it. So what would that mean for you? Does this mean that you would be someone who once lived, essentially? If I do the math, if I do the history right.
Are you suggesting that my personality, memories, or person were once comprised of that of another creature?
That's what I have a theory on. Theory of, but it was more grammatically correct. That yes, you would have. I want to know if that would be the case.
I do not know. I do not deny it, but tell me, who stands before you today, Lapis?
Well, obviously Solomon 5.
Indeed. It is no different from the reforging of a sword into a shield. I am sure that in some time the shield may know it was once a sword, that its structure has changed, but for all intents and purposes, it is no different from the shield forged from the ingot. Their current form matters, and the transformation they take to achieve it. But what I was before was not me. As I have said.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Solomon.
It's all right. Solomon will gladly talk over everyone, so feel free to interrupt me because I'm not good at it.
But you have a lot of like really nice stuff to say, and I don't want to interrupt anyone.
It is, as I stated just this morning, I explained it to those unfortunate traumatized automata, that a warforged is born when it is awakened. Before that, it is not us. We do not inhabit the same shell, the soul is not present.
I don't know. But just ever thinking about it, would you ever want to learn about the shield that came before the sword? The ingot in which it was created from?
No.
Obviously, huh?
To be blunt, I care not.
That's fair.
If that is not who I am, then what difference does it make?
I just wanted to put it out there. If you don't want to, that's fine. I just wanted to at least talk about it because I've been thinking about it.
It is not my prerogative to unravel the past, any more than I need to reforge the future. I will not dwell on what I once was, for I know not of it.
I see. I'll leave it at that, because I have nothing else I want to continue on with that, Solomon. But, yeah, thank you for letting me at least ask you that way.
Thank you for the otherwise unrealized insight into the nature of my creation, Lapis. I am disappointed to admit that had it not been for your school project, you say,
Yeah.
I would be sufficiently ignorant as to not be able to answer the question, when were the Warforged created? Perhaps I need to go to school, as you called it.
Lapis is going to be like, I mean...
My studies are mostly theological. It is a very complex setting. For example, I can recite the 4 ordinances of the Great Church, but however, it is far more confusing.
Of course.
History.
Can't do quadratics.
No. Well, actually, I can do those innately. I have a solver.
I mean, a lot of what I studied was just like at the library. There's a lot of like books that have just like little bits about certain things in history. If you want, actually, maybe one day you, me, and Anya, because I know Anya likes the library, could all go and do a study, stay together in the library.
I see not why we would study when the lights, when the sun is in the sky. There is work to be done. I read overnight. I do not believe I have showed it to you. And he pulls out this strange little thing that looks like a mounting for a harmonica. I think you might have... Yeah, have you ever seen like one of those things that lets you play a harmonica without your hands? It's basically one of them, and he sits a book in it, and it just turns pages like once every... It's like, it's abominably slow. Like, it's not like normal reading pace, it's just to make sure that he's had enough time, because he knows he can't go back while he's stationary.
Yeah.
I read overnight. For example, I now know primordial, and he says that sentence in Ignan, which I believe you understand as someone who speaks Aquan. Yes, I do not mean to insult knowledge, merely that I seek to act upon it when I have the chance, rather than uncover it.
Yeah, I still feel bad. I feel like maybe it's something that you should know even me, but I didn't know that it was something you didn't know.
As I said, I do not care. It matters not.
I do not care.
To be like, yeah, that's the best I can put it in character. Solomon is not phased because that wasn't him, as far as he's concerned. It's not his ideology.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't see that as you, but it's something I was just curious about. I mean you are to me this is Solomon 5.
Indeed.
Warforged. That's all I know.
Warforged Model T.
Yeah.
3NK74 as of
Where did the
today.
7 come from?
He said it about an hour ago.
Didn't say it in character, so it doesn't count.
It does count. It's in the notes.
Anyhow, what's the plan?
What's Silent
Did Solomon finish all of...
Yes,
Well, he's back on the ship, presumably.
Yeah, I know. I was just making sure that
Sorry
you...
if I took any of that
I just
business.
finished this and you went ahead, because I was talking over the full mouth, which is not what
So I
Solomon
wouldn't cause an emergency meeting.
Uh-oh.
Ding, ding.
Captain?
Okay. Firstly, Solomon, how'd it go?
It went as well as can be expected. I believe they're traumatized of the memories beyond their control. The time in which they acted as mindless servants. They see themselves as responsible for failing to stop these actions being taken, even though it is well understood they had not the agency to. However, I believe they are at least safe in this time at the church, and I hope with some guidance they will find their way. Similarly, I investigated the warehouse here at the docks and found little, indeed barely any even remains.
I suppose I think I told you I didn't find any of the remains of this guy's core, or like even like grit and dust from it when it exploded. It looks like it was swept clean as it.
There you go. Very little. I thank you for the time you afforded me, Captain.
No problem. Anya, how long until the meeting? 2 weeks?
15 days, if I'm following correctly.
Okay. Everyone, we've got 3 things we gotta do. First thing is that attack on the Nexus. It is high priority. High. Number 2, the meeting cannot happen on the same day that we've been planning for it to happen. We need to get it moved.
Why do
Number 3, there's a kid. I got some information on him, a little drow kid. We need to get him to safety. Everyone got that down? I'll explain. I said that we'll all share everything with each other from now on as best we can, so everyone knows the dangers and the information that everyone has on this ship. So, while you were gone, I was contacted. I was contacted by Erlin.
Not Erlen.
Sorry,
Erlen's dad.
Erlin's dad, that's right. And what, we don't know his name?
I think Trey does, and Ivanta does.
What's Erlin's dad's name?
Tarek.
Yeah, that's
Tarek. Tarik. Tarek.
that's evil, dude.
Didn't we establish
That's
that?
evil,
I
dude.
think we collectively established that was the Omen.
That is
the
the
Oracle.
The Oracle, yes.
Yes.
Tarek Eklak is the Oracle, yes.
I am very aware
Oh, we're aware of
of
that.
who I
aren't
talked to.
I think we are aware. We asked that question. And
I don't know, look, for the most part, I don't know what information you pass amongst yourselves, but yes, Tarek
I definitely have Tarek.
Tarek
Yeah.
Eklak
somewhere.
is the Oracle, yes.
Yeah, that was a question that was asked about who the Oracle is, and I think
Yeah.
everyone was there for that one. So
Yeah, Tarek.
Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I only wrote down the wrong name just because I think I asked you a question and you might have misunderstood what I
Yeah.
was asking. Look, I spoke to the Oracle, and first thing I did was make sure I was properly understanding the guy. So, I mean, I guess take it with a grain of salt, but the man is a figurehead right now. And as far as I can tell, the ones who are really in charge are the ones that we're fucking after anyway. You know, the tiefling, the dwarf, the human dude. So, look. He wants, the Oracle, I mean, he wants me to fucking kill him. Cause this guy, I mean, you should have fucking seen him. He's a fucking skeleton. That man's body is falling apart. I saw him. This was different than when you guys just talk in my head. This was a full conversation with him. He wasn't here. Rather, I was, I guess, mentally taken somewhere else.
Interesting.
And the only reason he could talk to me, apparently, was because he had somehow managed to get free of the rest of them, because they're trying to hold him captive, so that they can use his power. So, yeah. So, he wants us to succeed, apparently. That man just fucking wants to die. And the real people we're after are the fuckers we're already after. Now, what I did was I demanded him to give us information. And he said that, well, they are planning to attack the meeting. But we're not changing the day of the meeting to stop the attack, necessarily. The attack on the meeting is a ploy The attack on the meeting is purely to draw our attention and resources away, because they're going to be ready to take down the weave then and there. But apparently this is a very specifically planned meeting, a very specifically thought out plan, and everything relies on it all going perfectly. If we change the day of the meeting, we fuck up their plans just a little bit, and we buy us some more time. If we take down the Nexus, we buy us some more time. If we don't, the day of the meeting, we're fucked. We're fucked. It's done. Mission failed. Now I know it's... Trust me, the entire time I was talking to him, I was thinking in the back of my head, this is the top dog. If there's anyone who's going to try to manipulate me, it's this guy. At least from what we've heard about him. But I didn't get any feeling that he was lying to me, and also everything he said lined up with what we knew. He seemed to give me information freely, didn't seem like he was hiding anything. Apparently also, the tiefling, the sorceress, she's sort of the key to their whole thing working, since she's the only one currently who knows kind of how it all works. So if we can take her down, which I fucking want to do anyway, then either that'll buy us more time, or... I mean, it's a long shot, but it could just be a massive success.
It's something I wanted to do for a while. She's fucked with us enough.
So, I think that's... Oh, and the kid. Apparently a stray Eklak, Cedric's kid. But apparently Cedric didn't want to raise the fucker. So I think he's isolated from everything, and... I mean, looks like he's just a kid. I'd prefer if we didn't let him die if he didn't need to, so... I'd rather get him out of here. I think that's everything I know. Put it all on the table.
Where is this child that we have to save?
He's not in danger.
I just wanted to get him out. I didn't get a location, did I?
No.
Cool. I don't know. I know what he looks like. I know that he's Cedric's kid. I can probably go off that information and try to find him.
Your name?
Darim. D-A-R-I-M. But hey, when I became captain, I said the main thing I'm going to do is be taking in the advice of all of you guys as well. So let's hear it.
Tarek seemed awfully compliant with what the Order wanted last we saw him. And I doubt he...
When did we... Sorry, but when did we last see him? That was at Battle Arena? He claims that wasn't him. He claims that we haven't seen him. So apparently that was a doppelganger of some sort. Their own... Sorry?
He did tell you that it was an illusion by the sorceress.
Got it.
Did they... if that was not this oracle of which we speak, how did they subjugate the magic of those present?
I didn't ask that. I'm not smart enough to ask these questions.
He's a figurehead. That means someone else could pretty easily be the one with the magic. They just need him to look like the leader that controls that magic. Could be the tiefling, for all we know. She seems to be controlling so much more.
I think when I said the tiefling is the key, I think that is a big part of it. I think if the closest thing we have to a leader is that tiefling.
Yes.
And it makes sense, because every time we've come across her, she's been much more in control than we'd have liked her to be.
I feel like taking out the Eklax, we made a power vacuum which she filled up, becoming even more powerful. He's probably effectively their leader. When I was watching the conversations between them, she seemed to have the most power.
Yeah. So those are the main 3 missions that I think should be absolute top priority list, and I'm saying this with confidence because I am worried that if we do not do these things, we're done. But I'm willing to hear other opinions. If anyone disagrees with me or thinks that the information that I got came from the wrong source, that's a valid complaint. And I don't really have anything to say off of it because none of you met the guy. You're going off of my word. And we know how strong that is.
I mean, look, if this is all like really high priority, like you said, and this is something we need to focus on like now, I am more than happy to just drop whatever we're doing now to work on this. If this is something that needs to be done.
I think one of the first things we should do is give word out to all the officials going to the meeting about changing its date. That should be easy and quick to do.
Yeah, and we don't have to change it a lot. We don't have to... apparently, even a day or 2 is enough to throw their plans off.
Was there not some significance to that date in this plane's history?
No.
I don't think so. I think it was just that they weren't able to push it forward because they weren't going to have enough time to form the no man's land ground.
Sorry, roll me an intelligence check. You can continue, sorry.
So that date that it's currently set on is the time where they're sure that that area is going to be like formed and safe and stuff.
18.
Somewhat of a not shocking. Shocking is not the right word, but somewhat of a realization hits you as you're thinking about all of this. You remember that when you were like, even though you were like disinterested in all of that stuff that Alethor and all of the others were talking about, you were still like passively listening. You recall that the scout mistress was referring to them having compartmentalized the knowledge of the location of the meeting as well as the date, which leads you to the pretty reasonable set of conclusions that if no one person in the government knows the date, there must be a mole somewhere.
Do you mean? I thought the whole point of...
Even with compartmentalization. Well, I'll leave this to Tywin to let you know, but yes.
I mean, I'll relay that information in a +3 intelligence way.
Which is a lot.
Yeah, I know. That I'm saying Jordan has a, +1 intelligence maybe. So I'm relaying it in a smarter way than I would relay it.
2 things that don't add up, I don't think. One is that I can't imagine why, after all of you slaughtered his family, Tarek would be willing to be so cooperative. And
the man...
2.
Okay.
If the date of the meeting is so important to them, why would they go to the effort of staging attacks on the cities? Would that not hamper the chances of the meeting happening at all?
To your second point, I'm not sure, but in my opinion, they want to make it look like they're trying to stop the meeting. Because I think they know that we really want the meeting to happen, and it's very important to us. But if they were just letting it happen, it would probably look suspicious. To your first point, I forgot what it was now. What was
about
it?
us killing his family? Why?
That's
he'd be
right.
So...
No important.
It's just like a...
Just a side detail.
Yeah.
The man...
Some of my best friends have murdered family members.
The man was not able to raise his family and his children. That was apparently, allegedly, all done by the 3 in charge. So, I think it's possible he either saw it as us freeing them from the horrible actions that they were doing, or maybe he does show some resentment, but fuck, we're the only ones who can stop him anyway. Who else is he gonna turn to? Fucking Maury? If I wanted to die, I'd come to Tywin.
I want to do something, but I don't know if you mentioned that there might be a mole, or if that was just information.
I did mention that.
Relayed things relayed.
I want to think back on like any of them, and if any of them were suspicious in the way they were acting, or if
Sure.
any of them said anything.
Roll a insight check.
Posthumous. Oh, speaking of an insight check,
Ooh.
we might have a little conversation with Ghost.
Hang on. Hold on.
Under some very compelling
23.
powers of truth, because we never did that.
Yeah, what about
We just threatened
just
him.
assumed he was cool.
Yeah. Ghost. He needs a proper talking to.
Oh no. Not my boy.
Bit
Not
lower on
myself.
priority list right now.
No, it's the sort of thing you do in transit.
Based on a 23, you're not able to discern whether anyone was specifically acting sus, as the kids would say.
We should get a list on everyone attending that meeting.
You know how we did the flyover stuff to try and locate people? How successful was that again? It was pretty successful at that point, wasn't it? Like we found. Do you guys remember? I know that we because we had locate object and everything. We're pretty sure we found the bar originally, didn't we?
Which one? What's this question?
When we did the flyover with locate creature and locate object,
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure we found like the bar at the time. If we just go in guns blazing this time, does that make a difference? If we're trying to step up the threat, or are we just wasting time and should just go for the weave?
You mean go for the Nexus?
That's what.
If we go for the weave, we're fucked.
We'll
you can't destroy it, we'll get there first.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. as
Will
this.
be the reason why everything goes to shit.
We're the real Horde.
But in Olivia's case, it's literally true.
Either way, that's an option. I can just start sending in strike forces.
What does that mean?
We don't talk about
Imagine taking hundreds of years to like come up with a plan to destroy the weave. We just did it on a whim.
I was like, no, fuck you. We'll do
Idiots,
it.
this is how you do it.
Do not enter. This is the weave. This can't stop me because I can't read.
Exactly. Thanks, DW.
It's not
Well-
obvious at all.
Ooh, okay. So, look, we got the thing that I think made this whole thing seem more trustworthy is he was giving me information and wasn't expecting much back from me. And at the same time, it's not like he was telling me you have to move the meeting to this day or something. He was just telling me to just move it. If he was trying to set a trap for me or something, that seems like he's giving me too many tips. Too many points of failure for his entire mission. Of course, that could be throwing me off, but
What better way to earn someone's trust?
here's the thing, Vanta. What other choice do we have than going on? We don't have many leads, really. And we've been looking for a lead this entire time. And if we end up having the weave that controls all magic in the universe destroyed because we were paranoid, then it's our fault. At that point, it's our fault.
I say we act against parts of the plan that wasn't suggested. They need the Wraithlight.
Mm-hmm.
Anya and I saw, when we asked about the Oracle further, about what its purpose was, we saw that he needed the Wraithlight.
Yes. Do you think we can, in our power, handle that.
If it's not on, sure.
If it's blown up, sure.
Clearly, you said you saw people entering and exiting. Did you get inside?
It was, well, through the Nexus, which I imagine they can place wherever they want to, which ties in the part of destroying the Wraith Knight to destroying the Nexus.
Nexus led to the inside of the robot itself?
Oh, do you mean entering and exiting Wraith Knight itself?
I imagine that's the easiest part to break.
You would have noticed there are several entrance hatches on multiple parts of the Wraith Knight.
When they were... Okay. But there weren't any people in Wraith Knight when I saw it. They were controlling it remotely, weren't they?
No, so they were doing a remote weapons test first.
Yeah.
And then eventually they entered into the service hatches and then controlled it from there as well.
I had like a team of 20.
Yeah, like a team of 20 entered, and not every part of the body was activated. Just a few limbs were controlled. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of you has the information that what would normally take a large crew of people to run the Wraith Knight, the Oracle,
Yeah,
power.
that's us.
Yeah. The Oracle can replace a large number of the workforce.
I mean, I can tell you what we saw.
If you want to.
I remember most of it.
Yeah, if you want to tell them.
When Anya and I asked about the purpose of the Oracle, it exists to be the sole pilot of the Wraith Knight. And through some means or another, they would use it to destroy some creature that I think is related to the Weave.
So you suggest that the Wraith Knights and the destruction of the Weave are not separate. One is required for the other?
That's what I gathered.
That's what it seems like.
Which is why destroying the Oracle would sufficiently hinder their plans.
Yes. And look, when I said we gotta destroy the Nexus and move the meeting, apparently that buys us a month. So not that much time, but in that time we would be able to prepare to deal hopefully a final blow to them, whether that be the Wraith Knight, the Oracle, or both.
We can access the Wraith Knight now. The portal still remains open.
Do you suggest that this Oracle would cooperate with us should we encounter it, or will we...
I think the Oracle is basically a prisoner.
I still don't want to trust him.
I don't know if you said, but where is Tarek?
He's on the moon.
Oh, he's on the moon? Alright. Idea, as Devin, potentially Lapis. Actually, as both Devin and Lapis, I want to ask, how exactly would we attack the Nexus? As in, like, bring a bunch of people in, or are we actually trying to cause damage to the Nexus so people can't, get in and out of places?
I think...
There was something that was sustaining it, I believe.
Yeah.
Possibly in the Weave.
Zavenistent informed you that while someone could create it, no one person could maintain it, so there was probably some sort of amplification device
inside
in the
Nexus.
node.
It's very out there for me to suggest this, and I know it's probably going to be whatever I'm thinking of is probably worse than I am. But I think that little miniature nuke you have could potentially be used to blow up the Wraith Knight and or Tarek. I don't know how much of a damage it'll do.
None of you know how much damage it will do.
But I also don't know. I keep forgetting the size of the Wraith Knight. If it's the size of a skyscraper.
The Wraith Knight is taller than the Westpac building.
In my mind, and I don't know too much about magic, but in my mind, that explosive thing, as powerful as it is, from what we've said about the Wraith Knight, I don't know if it could take that down necessarily, but maybe weaken it heavily. But it might be useful in the Nexus.
We get to its core, which it... Oh no, it has multiple cores. They were all located near its chest though, weren't they? All the cores the Wraith Knight had They were all still like located near its chest, weren't they? Or
The Wraith Knight doesn't have cores in the sense that you're thinking. It has power sources, but not like Warforged cores.
yeah, I thought I remember something similar to like multiple cores, or I guess power sources, but what they like structured in the same way as Warforged cores? Or?
Kinda. There's inspiration taken, but there's also many lengths to make sure that it's the survivorship bias. It's making sure that those are the most armored parts of the mech.
Question.
Yes.
From prior knowledge, i.e. it's written in my book, we're calling back on the conversations that we've had with Stent about the Oracle and hearing upon them making backups of Tarek. Would his magical properties also be like stored in these backup versions of him?
Roll a Arcana check. That is also a good point. While Olivia decides what dice to use, you do still have plenty of questions.
Bring that up.
You do still have plenty of questions. I think a few of you.
Yeah, I haven't asked any question yet,
Yeah.
so this could be a question if I...
Just waiting for a gap in the conversation to bring that up.
15. You are unsure. It's not a definite yes or a no for you based on that roll.
So, two things. Firstly, if anyone has any Oracle questions left from those discs, is there a way we can use that to substantiate some of the information that I'm seeing, if what I'm saying is trustworthy with those questions? I mean, we got access to the databases about the Oracle, and I'm getting information from the Oracle.
Are these omniscient? Is this like all-knowing God sort of thing, or is it
what
these questions we have access to?
You can ask one question, and I will decide whether it is within the scope of being answered.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah. So
Yes.
it's not.
Not every question will get answered, but most questions will.
Also, here was my other
Like,
thing.
I want to
This
answer how do
is-
you kill the Wraith Knight?
This is a
That's not really relevant.
and like these discs or whatever, we got them from the Order's databases, right?
Mhm.
So presumably it's their information, like
Yes,
their,
it's their notes.
internal information.
It'll be
right?
their perspective.
So
of the
yeah,
answers.
so it theoretically
checking.
could be either biased or lies if they were lying to themselves internally.
Yeah, or if they
right?
just have misinformation.
Yeah.
If they have incomplete knowledge.
Got it.
Also about killing the Oracle.
Like for example, in their databases, Teely is still a plant forged.
Yeah.
If we do that, it would need to be getting rid of the Tarek Eklak from the universe. No resurrection, no software magic memory.
That's
nothing.
true. That's true.
Well, on that note, that's what Olivia was asking.
Yeah.
Because they have backups of his consciousness.
Yeah. And I mean, I said I was going to kill the guy, so we'll kill every form of the guy we can.
So yes.
In regards to the suspended explosion that we have, I personally think that we should use it in the Nexus to destroy the Nexus. Because not only do I think that's basically guaranteed. I mean, if we use it on the Wraith Knight and it's not a big enough explosion,
A Wraith
it's a
Knight
waste.
is designed to endure combat. If
That-
it is anything
yeah.
like a Colossus, then one puny explosion will be nothing
That's
compared
what
to
I'm
the
saying.
devastation it can withstand.
But in the Nexus, I reckon, like, a generator isn't gonna be enduring combat as much. I think it might be good to use then, and also, since we'd be in the Nexus, we could set it up and be able to get out of there. And it's its own, as far as Teely was describing, it's its own little plane. It's its own little space. So, minimizes collateral damage as well, because it's just destroying itself. Where if we set it off in the middle of the city right here, and it's bigger than we expected, we could destroy the entire of Erin, you know?
do, but I couldn't.
You were achieving my. No, that's actually what I was also thinking. Like either the Wraith Knight or like the Nexus. Just thinking pop it in there and let it pull on well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just really worried about how much damage it can actually do. Because if it, like you guys said, like if it is just like a shitty amount of damage and you just like throw it at the Wraith Knight, it's gonna be not gonna be worth it.
I'll also remind you, like not remind you, I'll tell you that elemental spells like the fire ones will do less damage in space.
Yeah.
Destroying the Nexus, it's
Don't worry about it. Keep roleplaying.
it's something they use very often, and it's an easy mode of plane transport. But I'm sure mages of that high regard would have other ways of moving across planes. It's simply just a hindrance to them.
It is a significant one, though, for those...
Definitely, but I want to quantify which one would be more of a hindrance. We can't destroy the Wraith Knight with the bomb, probably, but it would do significant damage, and how long would it take for them to fix it?
Especially if set off within.
Yes.
I am trying to say, I think we need at least a month if we're going to take down the Wraith Knight and or the Oracle. And we don't have that right now, unless we do these two things. The Nexus and moving the meat.
Yes,
and then that'll buy us enough time.
What if even the damage we do to Wraith Knight through this bomb can give us that month or maybe more?
It's possible, but it's high risk. But high reward, you're right.
I maintain that a construct of that size will not be easily damaged by anything we can wield in the palm of our hand. It will take a considerable amount of force to set them back further than they already are.
Yes, the Nexus. If
The
you can
Nexus
find it,
is-
would be easier to do.
Yeah, it's not... It is not merely a mode of transport, it is their only mode of mass transport. You are correct in that a spellcaster can move between planes, but the quantities and the ease with which they can do it are fairly limited.
I think all things considered, there's really, comparably, not that much risk in taking down the Nexus. Comparably. Of course there's a lot of risk, but I think it's a relatively safe bet.
It's true, it's not even in like a real space. We do basically no collateral damage.
So I'm inclined to make that our current main objective. Now the thing is, we gotta see how long how long it'll take to get together that force to see if we can even now go after this guy that I'm tracking right now.
Tywin, Captain, as I have said, these killings, my mission to restore Warforged, they are long-term endeavors. While I feel greatly for the loss of my people, and I wish to bring this abomination to justice of some kind, to understand why it does what it does, given its relationship with myself, I do not believe it will be hard to find again. The loss of life that will be incurred by letting it rampage is a travesty. It's heretical to consider that it may continue to kill, but we have understood since we returned here that there is not time to save all. We went to Naya, we made our best efforts, but their continent is still in peril. I believe you are correct in that we must prioritize peace, a greater peace between nations. I respectfully acquiesce to your wishes to change our goals, if that is what you seek from me.
Thank you.
What happened last night? I know he got away, which wasn't even a failure. It was we never had plans to fight and take him down right then. What we found out there, how his true form looks like, the kinds of places he works at, the information we have, if we give that away, that's still a good thing we did. That would hinder his work.
Indeed.
Whether we continue with it or not.
I will pass this information on, but I do not believe that a creature of its capability will be caught by anyone less than exception.
I don't think that he would be caught, but it's a hurdle for him to slow him down.
I agree and appreciate what you both have said, so here's what I think. I think you're right. We change our goals to be purely on the Nexus attack right now. And as for my tracking on this guy, I will try to put it down to a map as best I can to get a general area. I'll pass that information on to you, as well as Tilly and I can give as much information on the guy as we can, as well as you, because you were up talking to the guy. You pass it on to the relevant authorities that can get it to people in that area, in that neighboring town. And what perhaps maybe they can somehow safeguard some other possible warforged in the area, give them some sort of protection.
Tywin, you do not need to allay my concerns. They are noted.
I'm not doing this for you, Solomon.
It will be done.
Okay. Does anybody have any major problems with the way that we're approaching things?
If you believe there is an agent of distrust within one or both of the governments, it would be prudent to seek a meeting alone and protected with Alethil and Theodore if possible.
Agreed.
I will see what I can arrange. I believe it will be difficult to keep the contents of it secret, but with any luck they will trust us.
I'm not good with politics, and I don't even know how Mons would work. Can I leave that side of things to you? I'll let you use your best judgment on everything.
Undoubtedly not. I am far less skilled. Subterfuge is not my area.
I can talk.
There you go.
Oh, actually, do you need my help as well? With like insight and stuff?
Yeah, of course.
You and Lapis would make a formidable force against this corruption. If you see fit, we would be glad to have the assistance.
Okay.
It is great.
I can aid there as well. I understand how people think.
I hope.
Anything else?
Security just gave us a wave. They were like, turning into the night.
I love that we're popular.
We're popular amongst the security
Our
staff.
one fan.
Stream
They
numbers
hold
were
up a sign.
Okay, well,
Meeting adjourned.
with that, what is the
Don't
plan?
need to hit them.
Where the heck did you get a gavel?
Yeah.
It's one of his hammers.
You're not,
What did
God. That is a blessed instrument. I spent time ordaining that item. You must be not the
You
right.
dated that?
Guilty, guilty.
I said ordaining. It is a technique by
Did
which
you
I
date
bless.
hammers?
I said
That's what I
ordaining.
heard.
This is a technique by which I bless an object,
I mean, I'm
imbuing
not gonna
it with the
shame
power
you.
of the machine god themselves.
That's
It
all
is
good, Solomon. That's
Yeah, you
And
shoot
for
whoever you
those-
want.
For those who need a reminder, Trey has questions, Vanta has questions, Solomon has questions, and Tilly has
I
questions.
haven't asked a thing. I'm going to ask God something because I don't believe the order.
I
knows
go to
anything.
God.
Yeah, ask God, ask God.
Yeah, I'm asking God.
Ask God.
That sounds great.
Cool.
What are we asking
I
questions
can
to?
also go.
Ask God.
What?
You've got questions
well,
for the
your God-
discs.
Oh, yeah, for Beyond Enriya.
My God just gives me the info. What does your God do?
My God gives me confirmed yes or no questions.
Sure.
Suck it. Oh, my God knows less than yours, so. What were you saying? Sorry.
What? I only have a question about Beyond Enriya, which...
Not good. I'll happily ask a question of payroll themselves if I can commune briefly.
Sure.
It takes some time. Solomon's been busy setting up things on the ship. But they return to a quiet place. Presumably the forge hammering of bellows and blustering and everything. And at this point, it's not the same prayer that they made in the sunlight before. It's a prayer of toil, moving coals with their bare hands and reefing it out. Great burning smoke. The doors are closed, but the ventilation shafts are wide open for huge amounts of blackness. And I'd like to ritually cast Commune, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't got anything more than one question, because I haven't had time to think that far. But I'd like to ask, is it true that Tarek Eklak wishes to die?
The flames of the forge burn brighter and hotter than they have ever before, indicating a yes. Okay. If anyone else has got some questions,
if anyone else has got some questions,
I don't know,
if anyone else can suggest something to me, because I'm a bit tired at the moment, to be honest.
if anyone else has questions for God, you've got 2 more questions.
I don't know, I just think you're talking to God. Use up all your time.
I am. You can see I'm constructing some
How
stuff
have
here.
you been?
Yes.
Ask about yourself and be like, was I really a reincarnated soldier? People will be
Book an
yes.
hour-long session with God, and then after 5 minutes, you're like, you know what? I'm good.
So they're in uncomfortable silence.
So how have you been, Paylor?
Fine, then I'll ask this question thanks to you.
Okay.
How about if we kill Tarek Eklak, will he be brought back?
That's a question for the Order database, if they'd be brought back with their magic especially.
Yeah.
And you can use those questions when I talk to the Order database at some point. No, my question was,
God can know that too.
yes, but that's what I'm asking God about. That's about more philosophical things, like the Order doesn't know, does Tarek Eklak want to die? Do they wish to die?
They'd know that. And
Was-
that's why they're keeping him from killing himself.
Well, shame.
Yeah, but it might not be in the Order database.
Mine's a yes or no, it's not a full lookup.
Yeah, that was a yes or no.
Was the entity that I faced that has desecrated my companions the Warforged abomination? Was it Zagath Morale?
The fires dim, indicating a no.
Nice. There you go. Whoever asked that, piss off.
Does anyone have one more question for
And
God?
I, Morel. That's what you got.
The flame explodes and this shit is everywhere.
Ships are gone. Explodes.
The ship explodes. Turns out you were communing with Niavara, not Paylor.
You see, I spiked your airship with grenades. You ask that funny question.
Does anyone have a third question for God?
I really can't think of things at the moment. I'm a bit sleepy.
Yeah. In case your commute comes to an end.
Did the Warforged commit the atrocities they are known for by their will? As in, like, do they deserve their guilt?
That is no question. Of course they didn't.
Yeah, but if you have
But does God agree with
gods,
you?
Why would I need to ask a question of God that I know the answer to? The Warforged were not under their own control. They were directed by masters they had no choice but to serve.
And more fun questions on Dice Dice Revolution, such as
Is the sun hot today?
Is my dad my mom?
Dude, I ponder about that
is
question
our
every
guilt
day.
is our guilt really deserved for things we don't remember doing?
Yeah. Let us know down in the comments.
Theseus' ship. Answer it. Answer it, chat. Answer Theseus'
Do you
ship.
guys think Solomon is Zagbath Morale?
The other day, I was driving while blackout
Paul
drunk.
being
Apparently, I
involved.
ran someone over and killed them, but I don't remember
No,
it.
it's if you have no choice in the action. They have no will, and just because they have recollection of the fact that they have no... It's kind of dumb. It's like you didn't
Guys,
choose
I
to do
shit
this,
my
you were
pants
told
while I
to.
was asleep.
You were created to do that. Gosh. Oh, no one blames a gun for killing people, they blame the people that... No.
Hang on a minute.
That's why I think we need more guns.
Oh no.
No.
Solomon, no!
You guys haven't had
Solomon, don't join the NRA. Oh God, oh fuck. He has AirPods in. He can't hear you.
Solomon with an AK-47. Please.
He has earmuffs to protect him from the blast of a gunfire. He can't hear you.
I don't know what else.
Anyway,
Great.
the community comes to an end.
I gotta start sending out messages like mad to all these political figureheads, but with your name on it. You send them with my seal and your words, and we're all good. I love it. They're all the words, the best words.
Timon. I'm pretty sure we're kind of clear on the first 2 points that you said, but the third one.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really want to be involved too much.
I don't really expect anyone to
And it's not
actually help me out with that one.
It's not from the viewpoint of not wanting to help the kid be safe. It's more so the fact of it's a little hard to look at an egg-clack, I guess.
You want to know what I said to Tarek? Basically the exact same fucking thing. It was not an easy conversation, and I told him that in his eyes were many of the people that I had hated. So I don't blame you, and honestly this kid may be the same way. Deep down, I really don't know. That's a completely selfish request. I just don't want a kid to be left alone.
That makes sense. I wouldn't want the kid to be alone either. Not through this, especially not through this.
You don't need to do anything, don't worry. And I'm not saying that to get you out of harm's way or anything. It's one kid. I can handle it.
My kid's got no family.
I've left many kids without families.
Came from an orphanage. So that's for no family. Yeah, neither you.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Tell your parents?
Look, oh no, this isn't private, is it? My bad.
I don't know what this is happening. You could hear it.
I think Papa's gonna want to help the kid, you know. This kid lost their family. Papa's gonna be like,
I got a lot of egg-clack blood
It's
on
an
my
egg-clack
hands, including
blood.
Cedric's, so there is a reason why I don't really want to see the kid.
You've got orphan, created so it doesn't have parents, created so it doesn't have parents.
And shit
We made a lot of orphans.
Yes.
I did make it.
Yeah.
I made a lot of orphans. I killed
Damn,
orphans.
I never made a
That
child.
was like, I feel so bad I'm an orphan. You're like, me too. I was created. I had shit parents. I had orphans.
Why are you all so wrapped up in family?
I don't know.
They aren't. That's the point. That's what orphan means.
We're gonna find that kid first. I'm gonna make sure that we find that kid. That's
Why do people fucking come to me with kids stuff?
because you're a good dad,
I still
Tyler.
miss them.
I'm not a good dad.
You're a good role model.
I've left my daughter alone right now. I mean, she's got people looking after her, and she's old enough to take care of herself, but I haven't been there for so much of her life. So much. My parents weren't responsible.
No, yeah. I'm sorry with what your parents put you through. I kind of have seen a little bit of that. I'm not sure if you could recall it at all, but when we were fighting all four versions of yourself.
Oh. Yeah, I guess that's kind of fuzzy to me.
I'm sorry that you have to bear that pain alone, Tyler.
I'm not bearing it alone.
Rosalind brings you some nice apple fritters.
Yes!
You're saving the world because your daughter's in it. I think that's being a good dad.
Kind of very low bar, okay. Very broad.
You're praying. Fuck you.
I'm so praying right now. Running my hands through a whole
I'm
thing of
so-
coals, he's just fiddling with nails.
What are we talking about?
Rosalind brought you apple fritters.
She did? Yum yum. I eat.
I don't know to eat.
She didn't bring you any. Don't worry.
She bought you a little
Yeah, she brought you like a bronze coin.
Whether you can
Solomon.
fully believe it or not, you take care of kids the best way that you can. I mean, look at what you did for Russo in the simulation. Look at how much you put yourselves through to make sure that Russo could get back to her family. Look at all the stuff that you've done with Lapis. Like, Tyler, you're a good dad.
It might just be. You know what? I have to learn to just say thank you. So, thank you, Trey. Anya.
And, thank you for not giving up on me. And I kind of just quickly head out from that. Take an apple fritter as I go. I'm just in the hallway, just kind of like wiping tears as I head to the shrine room.
Rosalind just kind of like looks at you and he said, "You should just ask her. Ask your daughter. You're your own worst critic." And she also walks away.
Take an apple fritter too.
Yeah, takes an apple fritter.
What are you looking at?
Nothing. Takes an apple.
Takes an apple.
I do not.
See Lapis come through the post, let's take time to check this out, and when you check it,
Takes an apple fritter.
Everyone who eats an apple fritter gets 5 temporary hit points.
Ah.
The camera.
Yeah.
Well.
Five temp HP for everyone who eats a fritter.
Eat. Like your life depends on it. Eat.
I am unable to taste.
What do you mean? It doesn't matter about taste, just consume.
It doesn't give me energy either. It's
just like,
Could I please make a docent?
Don't care.
A what? A docent.
Try.
Solomon would like to try and make an imitation of life.
this will
Roll me
only,
d20
no.
plus
This does not give me any
intelligence.
energy.
Plus proficiency.
If it's inside, it has
It's
to
a
work.
17. No, hold on. My proficiency is much higher than that.
Good for you.
Right, it's basically Arcana, right? Because that's into proficiency.
Yeah.
It's a 20.
Like
Sacrificing some of the Aether they've made.
It takes you a while. It takes you a good old while. But eventually, you tinker with it a bit more. You modify some of it, so some of the positioning of the Aether crystal with it inside of it to make it a bit more balanced. But eventually, this baseball-sized orb levitates off the desk, and it just kind of makes like a chirp noise at you. Its audio matrix a bit boggled still, but
A good beginning. In time, you are not ready for implantation, but
it kind of like hovers up to your arm. Sorry, not arm, hand, and kind of like rubs against your arm.
I said in time, I have not prepared myself for this yet. Please,
So it just kind of sits on your shoulder.
no, I return.
Kind of floats up to your shoulder again.
You will have your own socket in time.
It just floats up to your shoulder again.
Why was Solox not this troublesome?
It just chirps in your ear.
For something that was supposed to be intelligent, I appear to have done a very poor job.
Ah,
perhaps still dangerous.
My first child has failed me. Time to start again.
Not
We
today.
need to do
Not
now.
today, but we will be on a Lapis
Kill
game,
some
you
stuff.
know? Lapis got a
Go look in the armory for a shield. Give it to guys.
Can I go into the armor?
Mm-hmm.
Can I look for a shield?
Sure. Find a mundane shield.
Shields, why goes the arm? I can make you one in the
The Garson?
How have you not thrown all the shit in the armory overboard by now?
This is
I
shit.
thought all the
I
stuff
can
in
make
the armory was Solomon's creations.
Yeah, there's everything.
Yeah, I thought the person stocking the armory was Solomon.
Yeah.
Solomon's just been like, he's been like, oh, this dagger's not sharp enough. I better make another dagger.
Better put it in the armory.
What do you do? Make a dagger about
Doesn't
it?
sharpen daggers, just makes new ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would
Well,
I?
if it's mundane,
Yeah, you find a shield.
I think for me, would Solomon improve this regardless.
It would take me some time, but I could try. I have barely improved my own shield. This is me speaking, not as Solomon.
But I can feel the vibes in my head that perhaps I just want to have a shield to give to Ghost. So if it seems like shit, maybe I'll come to him later. But I want to know what Ghost thinks. So give Ghost a shield and go.
Oh,
Hi,
yeah.
you been okay since you've been in here?
Everyone's just kind of doing their own thing, so I've just been doing my own thing.
You should hang out with the crew and stuff. Some of them will do it.
Yeah.
But listen, we got some stuff in the works. Me and the boys.
Criminal talk right now.
Me and the boys.
Steve's
Ingrid's been asking me to help him load crossbows.
That's good. I'm glad. Are you making friends with any of the crew actually? I should.
Yeah, Ingrid's cool. I think that's the battery.
Oh yeah, that is.
I can't remember his name so bad, but the Fire Genasi, he's pretty cool.
That's good. That's good. But yeah, I've had a talk with the main crew, and once again, it looks like we're going to be doing some pretty dangerous stuff. This is very important. I have to do this regardless of how.
You don't have to do anything.
I don't know. This is the one time where if I have to do something, it's going to be this. So listen.
Yeah.
Because you're my friend, and I love you very, very much. Here. And I kind of like show him the mundane shield.
Yes.
Just imagine that's a shield. And
Yeah, we can sharpen such.
imagine it's like also larger. Like, yes.
Why are all the doors locked?
Alright.
Here we go.
I can't get into my own bedroom.
Oh, well, you see.
I've spent the last few days just kind of like hiding in like the pantry and stuff. I can't get in.
that on the tour.
I would have.
get
I would
into
been
a
like,
pantry.
you say flatulence.
Someone
See?
left it open.
I said, now you know what I said, right? The key is to say flatulence and the door will open.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to the forge.
Okay.
Oh god, if
Oh,
that boy walks in there, some shit's gonna go down.
But listen.
Yeah, what's up?
Yes, I want you to have this shield because if we need you, or if we need help with you defending the ship, I need you to be able to help me.
Gotcha.
Because I
I
can't.
will let you know.
Yeah, got a lot of stuff I've got to do. A lot of big stuff. With
I'm
big.
gonna be safe.
Of course I'll be safe. I am with the Wandering Stars. We keep each other safe no matter what. We haven't done anything horrible to keep ourselves from nearly dying. We've never been crashing. We didn't get smacked against the train. We didn't like transform into a rat and get kicked. We haven't I don't know.
These are all very oddly specific situations like this.
None of them happened.
Nothing happened. There's no bomb collar that was stuck onto someone's neck for like electrocuted. No, but look,
What?
Do we still have that? Oops.
The collar.
Yeah.
It's just on the ground.
Solomon just left on the deck.
I hope you haven't picked
Solomon
that up.
casts absorb elements
Okay,
and then
I'm
just
gonna go to the
bracingly moves it into like a leather bag.
Oh. No, I can't ask that. It's better.
What?
I was gonna be like, you don't have to like know anything about the water and stuff. Right?
No, you don't know that.
What? I don't know what. Later?
No,
what?
you would.
I didn't hear what you said, so it's all good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the forge.
Okay. Be safe. I don't know how Solomon's gonna react. Livestock.
A few minutes later. Flatulence. Excuse me. I want to make some stuff.
Solomon can't grin.
If Solomon
He
could
doesn't
smile,
he doesn't
would
have
be
any facial features. He's like
smiling.
looking at a plate of armor. But he goes, I beg your pardon.
I want to make some stuff.
Do you mean you wish to learn how to use a
Do you have a
forge?
grindstone?
I do indeed. Do you
Okay.
wish to be tutored on the
Okay. I know bits and pieces. Can
That's the welcome I get.
I experiment?
Smith's tools? I believe that with proper guidance you could learn, if that is what you are asking.
Okay. He kind of walks over to the grindstone.
Solomon's like still doing his
With the
thing,
shield.
but like not
Yeah.
looking at his work at all. He's just like hitting like a dagger on the wrong end.
I have a feeling.
Yeah, he's got this bracer that like bracer shield that Lapis has given him. And I expect to kind of like does a few like fake punches, gets a feel for the weight. He gets out like this He grabs like an etching tool and just like etches like lines where he wants to.
Where have you been given that?
Lapis gave it to me.
Ah, indeed. To protect yourself, I am glad to hear it. Are you trained to wield one?
Sure.
Well, it is not a trivial task. For example, some members of our party are so hopelessly weak that they leave themselves as undefended as...
Vaunted dice room. No.
Pick up a
Vicious
shield.
mockery.
Pick up a shield, guys. Pick up a
Vaunted
shield.
dice cringe.
Why haven't you picked up a shield? Well, you could wield a shield. You've got 2 hands on a sword. Pick up a shield. Solomon's got a shield. Solomon's got high AC. Not my problem. Anyway. So yeah, Solomon's just like
He's like
He's
etching
projecting.
so like on the outer like facing edge, he's carving etching lines to mark out where he wants to make the shield sharper.
You're like, why are you doing that?
It is an interesting design.
Yeah. So multifaceted, multi-purpose. Protection, offense. Protection, offense. Protection.
I fail to see your point. You have compromised the ability of this piece to protect you here, and here you've... Indeed, this point is far more likely to wound you than an opponent.
No. There'll be a piece of leather here as a strap to protect my
Yes,
wrist.
but I can tell you have not fought, not with armaments such as these before.
Or you
see-
won't let me wield real weapons, and if something attacks this ship, you
Then-
guys will be gone.
If someone attacks this ship, you are to act as a passenger and flee to safety.
I'm not defending myself.
As you wish, but you are forbidden to wield a weapon.
Yes, I'm wielding a shield.
He's also forbidden to flee to safety without
Yeah.
one of us being with him.
No, when I say flee, I don't mean run off the ship. I mean hide somewhere else in the ship.
I'm not saying leave the ship, idiot.
Had the
I'm wielding
same
a shield, not a
wavelength.
weapon.
You may freely equip a shield, but I have explained to you not to. This pedantry is foolish. If you would like to learn to smith, I would be happy to teach you. If you are trying to merely misshape that gift from your friend, then
It will retain its functional properties.
you have no idea of a shield's functional properties. If you seek to wield it as a bludgeon, improvised weapon at best, you hit someone with a chair and do damage.
I will concede that I cannot stop him using improvised weapons by their ruling, because literally anything you pick up is an improvised weapon.
But I can be mad about it.
Yeah.
You can be grumpy.
No,
His hands are definitely enough.
No, they are just hands as far as Solomon's concerned. But
No. Tilly's speaking from experience. From
Tilly's
being,
speaking.
like,
Oh, I know.
H damage
I'm-
from a punch.
Yeah, so he's got a
While invisible.
so he's got a strength modifier of +7.
Yes.
There you go. I don't care.
He's got a 24 strength.
He's got a
Yeah.
strength comparable to
That's,
God's.
he's still a prisoner.
He's done the hard time
D6
in
plus 3
prison.
I don't know that. If he's fighting with anything but his fists, then good on him. But if I can't stop him using an improvised weapon.
Yeah. Okay.
Because anything that he picks up.
in which case, he does ask for your guidance here and there, like how you would like reinforce that sharpened edge. But other
Does
than
he appear to be a decent student, or at least a decent craftsman, if he tries?
yeah,
Then Solomon understands the boy has promise, if not the wisdom to apply it. Good choice, Lapis.
Hang on, thank you.
One of your dads being like, I like this one.
Bit of a fucking weirdo, but
He can help in the garage, fix the car. You know how to change your oil, son? Good boy. Well done.
but yes, he does seek your guidance every so often. He eventually shapes the shield, the arm bracelet, to have a sharpened edge that when he punches, he can either like go for the bludgeon or the pierce. And yeah, he reinforces it with a leather strap, such that it doesn't the pointed edge doesn't impale him.
Perhaps, but okay. Good on him. Good on him. If he did it well, if he did it by his own hand, then I must respect it, for creation is a miracle for all things. It is.
Is God again converted to Paylorism?
No, Solomon has been
just
clear that
smoking.
I will not force my faith upon him if he does not accept it. I believe there is great guidance in the power of... I'll stop.
He wants to learn to smith. He doesn't want to learn to god.
Yeah, fair. You know, I didn't try and teach you about God when we smithed. I was
He
just
doesn't
trying
need to
to
learn
say
how to god with a strength of 24.
or there.
He's just got 20 barbarian levels. He's in jail for stealing a shitty sword.
He got real mad about it.
Yeah, you gotta bend the bars out of shape at any time when you decided to stay.
I wasn't raging. Barbarian that hasn't raged in 20 levels. It's a fucking idiot. Wait, didn't you say 27 or something stupid?
24.
Okay, it's 24. We're all good, yeah.
Got a +7.
Or 25.
That's so funny.
Regardless, what are thine plans going forward? We'll end the session once you tell me roughly what you're planning to do.
Set up meeting, preferably a highly privatized one, or at least one that starts as Thingamy, and then we have to go and scry-proof the shit out of it and have a chat with these people.
And I would also like to put plans in place for the Nexus, because we're gonna try to get resources together. For
a contingency of guards, of people that can try and counter spellcast the shit out of these people, because that seems to be the biggest threat. Like we can very easily hold down something that fights with swords and words because we're very good at that. But we have been regularly stomped by their stupid magic and our inability to combat it, like a anti-magic field that we walk into and turn off. It seems they've got.
Sorry.
That's right.
While all the politics stuff is going on as well, I want to start trying to use my contacts to track down this kid.
Okay.
In the downtime. Don't need it now, just in the downtime between sessions.
So I assume you want to follow all of this up next session then?
Yeah.
I've got a spell that can help with that for money.
How do we contrive the story
so
that we level up before attacking the next?
Yeah, we need to find it. We need to do something big.
Battle arena.
We're in the battle arena right now.
Battle arena.
It's happening tonight.
It's critical to
When
the
was the last
morale
time
of
you
the
leveled
city.
It was
Not
post.
very long ago.
Yeah, it was
post
very recently we leveled up.
Yeah.
Later.
I think I've had 1 or 2 encounters where I've been able to turn invisible.
Hang on.
So we
Yeah,
haven't,
we haven't had,
Level 12
haven't had a
was
significant
on
fight.
session 67.
I think we've had 1. significant fight.
It was after we got the information from the
towers.
discs.
So all we've done is fly to Naya.
So we've done the
All
Naya
we've done
stuff.
is stop an
Save-
entire fucking war on an island.
Save a quarter of a
That's pretty
continent.
Yeah, we killed
Part of
one
it.
thing, and then Solomon was
One
just
thing, it's
blasting
a giant sexy
We wanna-
mermaid.
Which Tywin is still
She-
grumpy about because she
she's-
chose him.
She's
I'm having a very big mental blank. Are you guys currently level 12?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Let
a
me-
young giant sexy man.
We're not leveling up anytime
Yeah,
soon, I
fine.
don't think. We're just having
If
wishful
we
thinking.
play the cards perfectly, we might.
I reckon once we destroy the Nexus, that's
Yeah,
significant.
it feels like it,
possibly.
unless we
Yeah.
do another big thing before that, but then that takes up time.
Oh yeah, let's kill the Oracle before
I'm still
then.
really not sure why no one wants to attack the Wraith Knight. It's just sitting there. If it's not doing anything.
It's on the moon. We don't know how to get to the Nexus. We have no idea how to
we
get
know
to
Well,
the
I mean,
to
if we
get
can
to
get to
the
the Nexus, we can get to the moon.
Exactly.
Okay, so maybe
You
it's
know
a
what? Let's go
two-part
to
plan.
the Weave as well.
Maybe
Get
we-
rid of all the stuff
maybe
they
we
put in
destroy
there.
it.
Well, my
Just
question to you is,
totally
how do you
Go
plan
to the
leave
Nexus,
the moon?
go to the moon, trash the Wraith
We
Knight.
don't
Like,
need to
theoretically,
leave
go to the
Let's
Aether,
separate.
trash the
Theoretically,
Aether.
I
the
can
Wraith
leave
Knight isn't that like
You
in
don't
the
need to
middle
breathe, that's
of
fine.
all of their defenses?
My biggest plan
When the
is
Nexus is on the edge of it.
I know. Well, what do you remember? You were the person who actually went there.
Well, the Wraith Knight was like in their base, right? Like it was in the middle of their
Yes.
like moon base.
So there was a large central dome where the Wraith Knight was being worked on, and then it had like paths leading out to different facilities.
Is it possible to like control the Wraith Knight and blast it into space so it just fucks off?
That's a cool idea. I like the idea that they're like, where's the Wraith Knight?
once it's out of
It's
orbit-
fucking Jupiter. Like,
It's like it fucked off.
fucking
It's like 3
space
billion
Tesla.
light years away. You don't have to
yeah,
worry
send it to
about
the Gaians.
Yeah.
The one guy and who's left.
The guy in like High Queen was like, what's this? And it's
Even
just
the
some big
Gaians
Wraith
don't
Knight's
get on
coming
the foot
their way.
soldiers back. A Wraith Knight flies past them.
I mean, we could do
Okay.
that.
Well, in which case, this is what we're into next session.
yes, very nice.
Hooray!
All right, Olivia,
Aw,
you have a game recommendation for
guys,
us.
do you want to play a game about cute capitalism? Here is Raccoon Tycoon.
Hold on a minute.
Essentially, you're purchasing stock, raising the amount of money that you can get, so that when you sell it, you get big profit. To collect these like really cute little like animal villages and like cute little homes and things. Played it a couple of weeks ago and it was surprisingly fun. I was not expecting much going into it, but I want to play it again. It was a lot of fun.
Is this a board game?
Yeah.
Collecting other people's homes.
I think you just described the Animal Crossing.
Yeah, but the board game. As I said, cute capitalism.
That sounds great. Awesome. Well, thank you.
Tom Nook and a Duolingo Owl have an agreement to show up together one day.
Thank you for joining us for session 73. Please make sure to follow us on our different social media. What was that?
Don't worry.
Okay, so follow us on the different social media, Dice Rev D&D, and also you can follow us on Twitch and subscribe to us on YouTube so you know exactly when we're streaming. But thank you for joining us, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.